What's going on, everybody? I know it's early. There's not going to be too many people here, but I have something to talk about. I have something I saw. I have something I don't like. So I don't like to wait around and waste any time. Jody, good morning. Guys, give me a second. I'm just getting situated. Ugh. How is everyone? Bunny, what's up? Heavy, Luna, how are you? Angel, what's up? Angel, I'm mad at you. Don't talk to me. Joanne, I was going to bed. Listen, this is what I was gonna say. Y'all stay up, you know, but then you're gonna miss me in the morning because when something comes out, I'm ticked, and that's when I want to act on something. When it's I don't want to think about it, harp on it. What is going on? I mean, what is going on? Twiz to the twiz. I woke up and I saw. I mean, I'm sure you guys were talking about stuff last night, but wow. Hey, Wen. Yeah, Joanne. Me too. I mean, I don't know. I mean, listen, even if you think he's guilty, for Christ's sakes, you're still going to admit, you know, something's off. Getting the kid ready for school right now. Yeah, my daughter's getting herself ready. She's still sleeping. She gets herself ready. Can you think I just pretend? Let me figure out how to do this again. Hold on. Be second nature eventually. Yeah. So, Bill, I got something to say to you, my friend. Because let me tell you something. All of us here know, again, regardless of what your opinion is, if the defense came out and they wanted or they wanted anything behind closed doors, this, that, and a third, all the double downers, all the guilters, all the whatever you want to call them, who isn't giving this a fair shot, would hang him, and they'd say, "Oh, look, he doesn't want anything known, or this, that, and a third." And who's the one that wants it behind closed doors? Bill. So if that doesn't tell you something, I mean, I don't know what does. And to me, I think it stems, and correct me if I'm wrong. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it stems from his last little debacle he had that the public saw, and I think he's aware of how silly he looked on camera. Now, again, that's just my opinion. But yeah, so let's see. Twiz, I dropped a link, bro, if you're awake. Translucent. But yeah, so I mean, I hope the hell that they don't. They better not put this behind closed doors out of our view. I mean, what angers me is at one point, they were coming out asking for public help, and now it's like we want to hide everything from the public. So I just don't know how that angers people. I'm sorry. I don't. Hey, Megan. Roomies are sleeping. Oh, Jesus. That's right. It's like what? It's 4:36. It's 4:37 when you're at this. I mean, does anybody here disagree with me? Is this not like sketchy as hell to the point where this is just Bill being, in my opinion, selfish because he doesn't want to look bad on camera. I mean, that's not how the trial should work. Hey T, not a trial, a hearing. When you have nothing to hide, and you got the guy you need, and everything is copacetic. What's the problem? Number one, everything should be handed over, and two, I mean, I would try to get as much out there as possible to show that he's guilty, but yeah, we have a gag order. So, yeah, I think, and that's why I said a couple of days ago, Bill's been at the bar since the alibi came out. Every night, he's been at the bar. This is my it's my assumption. Because yeah, I knew it was getting to him. It had to have been. He seems like somebody that has an ego, and if you're really good at like judging character, then you could see that. Sorry, it's my kiddo. Um, they have nothing in his case against Brian. Is caving in on that. That's what I was trying to say. I was trying to say like they're backing themselves into a corner. uh, Suck it, Bill. Yeah, I don't know why they're doing that, Jesse. And I hope you're having a good morning, by the way. Skylar, I was a little bummed. Oh, is that the one about Cy Ray? Listen, I'm going to be honest. You guys might like myself, but if I say something against your opinion, I hope you don't get angry at me and leave. I mean, again, everybody's welcome here, whether you think he's guilty or not, unless you're just one of those people that are just saying stuff to get a reaction out of individuals, and you haven't, and you can't provide any kind of value here. Then there's no reason, in my opinion, to even open your mouth. But as far as having an opposite opinion, I mean, I didn't really see what he brought up about Cy Ray and all that, but I bet Bill got mad and broke a string. That's a good time. Yeah, that night he broke out the electric guitar flea. I'm definitely gonna get angry and leave or fall asleep. Why are you gonna get angry, Twiz? What are you mad at? Morning, Kills. I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming he wants it closed because he doesn't want us, hearing what he's saying. But I could be wrong. 1 second. But another angel. Yeah, I think he's just. I'm sorry, baby. Yeah, I think that. Well, I think that's what he's nervous about. Is like we talked about. If he tries to discredit him, then there's going to be a lot of people that are in jail wanting appeals because he helped put people in jail. So, I mean, I don't know. There's just too many coincidences so far, and like I said, if they had him dead to rights, they had everything they needed. The evidence, was overwhelming. Like I said, I wouldn't care what the public saw, and they usually don't. And you know, uh, this is what he's worried about. He's not worried about getting everything over to the defense so we can move the hell along. So I apologize to I'm sure the families. I mean, I'm a small ass channel, so I'm sure the families never see this, but you know, the family should be mad at, in my opinion, if I was in their shoes, who I would be mad at, just from doing my research and everything I know, is the judge for not getting on the prosecution's ass, and the prosecution for not getting everything over to the defense to move this along, because that is what's prolonging this. And now we have, Bill worrying about if, the public's going to see this or not, instead of just focusing on getting everything he needs over to the defense. That should be the only focus in my mind. If you have any kind of person, would not be as believable. Kind of what you're saying. 100% sure. I mean, listen, that guy, when he reads all his when he reads his credentials and stuff, and they, I mean, I don't see how anybody's going to say, oh, all those companies and stuff hired him because he sucks and all this. I get 10%, man. Oh God. That's what they told Steve. And everybody coming in, if I apologize, I don't. It's with chat. It only shows me like 4 messages that pop up. So good morning, everyone. I haven't said it so far. That's what they told Steve. They got this guy. They got everything they need. Bullshit. Yeah. And again, what I didn't like is, because a lot of people turn stuff off because they can't stand the anchor or something like that. But if you don't watch it to the end, you might miss something. And Steve said in the beginning, he kind of, made an assumption, or not an assumption, but kind of made a claim like, he was getting some inside information. But then towards the end, he was like, oh, I'm kind of hearing it, and, from around the bush. And in my opinion, that's, again, no offense to him, but JLR and, excuse me, maybe, Daniel. So, and that's not where 100% factual information should be coming from or be claimed as. So I'm not, I don't even know why he went on there and even mentioned it, to be honest. Now if he was like, that's how he feels, that's one thing, but to say he had inside information, I mean, they're not going to tell him anything because they know he gets on the news. So let's see, gossip. Hey, Michael, it's on. It's on. Mm-hmm. This case is judge. Yeah, like I said, I just think Bill is, he doesn't want to. He doesn't want this scene. Just like, I mean, we see what happened in the last one. I mean, I don't have to go over that again. I'm sure he sat down and watched himself. So the rumor is that Brian took a photo of Sky Tower thing around 4 a.m. Really? The sky shower thing. So there was showers that night predicted? I know I don't, David. I was just saying, who I think contacts people and just from what family has said and stuff. Listening to the wrong people, in my opinion. I mean, Steve was doing his own digging and stuff. I mean, I'm sure that gets frustrating. I would have just kind of not listen to anybody until something happened. But again, if I keep seeing stuff get pushed back, and I'm not seeing, things moving along, I'm gonna start getting angry at the one person that, is in charge of that, which is, I'm sorry, it's the judge. Sorry, Judge. JLR was unhinged yesterday in Massachusetts. Oh, did he encounter the Karen Reed like the Karen Reed people outside with the signs? Yvette. Good morning, Yvette. Jesus. Good morning. Hey, good morning, Melissa. PA. A good old PA. One morning it's 60, one morning it's freaking 40. It's insane out here right now. What? No, I don't believe that. He showed up at. Wait, where's my background at? That stinks. Where'd that go? How old is his kid? So they predicted him like in a span twizzle, like from possibly here to here as far as date wise. I don't think so, Angel, because like in my opinion, they saw how much he was going on and talking and stuff. So I mean, if they're smart, this is just my opinion, then they'd keep everything from anybody like that. But that's just, again, this is all my opinion. complete. Morning party. Yeah, I'm shocked that he would show up at, like, why? What did Turtle Boy's son do? I don't understand that. Oh God. I mean, I don't know. I wish you would have, like, if you would have pulled in there, like, I'm surprised that there's no cameras anywhere down in that area, just in case. But if there is any, they're probably either not working or they don't want us to see them, like the body cam footage. That's crazy that he would even, like, announce that heavy. He was yelling at Karen and went to Turtle Boy's house. Man, that is just sad. Like I said, I would never, like, immerse myself in, like something like that. That's just asking for trouble. Oh yeah, he was also fired from his security officer job for stalking a woman. Like I said, the narratives are just funny. I want to tell you my idea. And then, like, but then the funny thing is like, when that gets debunked, then something else comes out and people believe it again. It's like, Jesus Christ. How many times you gotta get fooled? That's how it is in Minnesota. Jesse, is that where you're at? Minnesota? Minnesota? Like I said before, I almost moved out there, but it was like -17 the one day she showed me, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not moving out there. But getting back to my headline here is, like, do you guys think it's like I said, my opinion is because he, the last hearing we just had, he didn't look too good. And I mean, even, I saw lawyers break down the hearing and stuff on here on YouTube, former lawyers that, all said the same thing as far as, it didn't make him look good lashing out and going at the expert like that. So I think I think somebody hit him up and was like, hey man, screw that though. I can't put up with that kind of cold, Jesse. That's too miserable for me. Like right now it's 40 and I'm, a little pissed. I couldn't imagine like -20 wind chill. Will BK like me too? Will BK like me too? Listen, right now I'm sure he appreciates anybody that's, either still in the middle, speaking out, thinks he's innocent, whatever. I mean, because if news is the only thing he's able to watch in there, then, but I'm sure Anne's telling him. I'm sure she reads. I'm sure she watches stuff. I'm sure she gets information to him. So. He's king double downer. Like I say, even if you're a double downer, I mean, this should upset you. I mean, you should want to see, hearings. You should want to hear, things, the truth. But again, I'm sure they're going to come out and say, "Oh, well, this is for the good," because of some whatever reason. I think he's hiding something. That he doesn't want us all seeing, which is him getting absolutely demolished again. I mean, he couldn't even handle Edelman. Imagine Psy. Yeah, and I mean, so did a lot of people, and that's why, like I said, you all know, I was in chat for the last 2 years. I just started going live, so I know who. I mean, the one person that completely switched over because of just wanting to fit in and views and stuff like that. When I'll never mention his name again was Frankie Boy, and because he was dead set on it wasn't Brian from the beginning. I mean, way before I even was. So because I thought he was innocent after the PCA came out. He thought he was innocent as soon as he was arrested. Now all of a sudden he thinks he's the guiltiest guy in the world, which is just funny to me. So I mean, we've all heard it. When the car comes back dirty, everybody's going to change their opinion. Yada yada yada. But instead, they changed the narrative on how this could have happened. That's all they changed. Though, let's see the proof that Brian. Yep, it's exactly what it is. Because if we all hear what Sai says, I mean, we all know we're going to go nuts. So, but what's fair is fair. And what the truth is the truth. I mean, I don't understand at this point. He acts like we don't understand what's going on. I mean, I'm sure maybe he has most of the public fooled, but people looking into this can see it for what it is. I hope that's not true, Joanne. Okay, BK is allowed to receive hierarchy. BK is allowed to receive books that are shipped directly from us. So you can put money on his books or something every month. No shit. I want to send him a little note. Be like, yo. Rich said he was thinking about, because as soon as I mentioned it, like Rich kind of snapped and said, "Yeah, I was thinking about that too, about writing them." But I just think, nobody really knows how to go about it. Yeah, or say, "Oh, maybe he was stalking." It said he wasn't one of. They're trying to break down the wording and stuff. It's funny how the legal definition can go in there. They can attack that, but if it's for the defense, like I said, it needs to be a two-way street. Okay, if the defense doesn't want us seeing something and they want it sealed, I think it's bullshit too. Trust me. Oh God, he's getting even worse. He says Karen Reed's guilty. He's he's out of his mind. So yeah, I think Bill is just, he's doing this because he doesn't want us all seeing the truth, and I think the truth is going to come out. And I'm pissed off because we, like I said, they asked us as a public for help because they had no leads. They had, all they had was a stock image of a car. Wrong year, by the way. This, that, and the third. And everybody was looking around. Everybody, I'm sure, they said what? They got thousands and thousands of tips. So if you accumulate all of the public's time, I mean, how much time do you think it is? Probably a lot. And now we're not allowed in the courtroom? Fuck you. Sorry, but I call it for what it is. Oh yeah. Brian's going down for sake of America. But, uh, okay. I mean, I don't understand that, but sake of America. MPD never uses this one case. Now, is that Heather? Have you looked into that? Like, have they ever? I mean, have they like they never once ever used a stock image? Yeah, I saw that, but was that back in? Did that happen recently? Or was that back in February, Moon? No, Bill. Bill put in a thing to have it behind closed doors, and so we can't see nothing. Billy Boy don't want to see in it. I mean, what does he think? All this shit's not going to come out during trial? Like, I don't understand. Just let it be, man. Almost like they don't. Listen, man, all those narratives are falling apart. Oh, the gate was locked. Oh, this. Oh, that. I mean, what do they got to stand on now? I mean, Bill shot down his own. I mean, the media's rumor of stalking. The insult shit's way gone. So they got nothing to stand on now. This is what happens when you report bullshit. He's saying he wants to close out the trial to the public. Yeah, he wants it. He wants it. Like he doesn't want any cameras in there. Like there's a couple other hearings they had that we didn't see. So who knows what other information? Yeah, no, that's wild. I never even heard anybody use that word until this case. Yeah, well, hopefully the judge doesn't on the next hearing doesn't ask him what they should do this time. I just like I still don't think he's anywhere near fit to handle a trial like this, but we'll see. Oh yeah. And about to go off. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Either one of them, either one of his three defense attorneys can write a document. Correct? Yeah, yeah. No, I'm not. No, I'm not saying it. The decision is made. I'm just saying that you know, like, what does Bill not want us to see? What is it? I mean, I would want like if I'm the prosecution and we got this guy, okay, and I know the public opinion is down, okay, and not in our favor. I would want information, as much information out there as I can to sway the public opinion. But in this case, he wants everything hidden, and we're supposed to just, oh, okay, sure, peekaboo. Yeah, yeah. He's probably used to a lot of plea deals. That's why I said I think, in my opinion, I think they thought that they were going to get some kind of plea and pressure Brian enough to get him to take one. But like I said yesterday, as soon as I saw him jump on that plane from PA, I knew. I knew. Because, I mean, if I was guilty as shit and, I'm in a state where, there's prisoners in Pennsylvania jails and stuff. And, I'm sure he knows the laws. where he could fight his extradition and buy himself another, what is it, 3-4 months, 6 months? I mean, who knows how long it would have took till they made him get on a plane. Again, I could be wrong about the time frame, but you wouldn't catch me rushing to get over here if I knew they had my ass dead to rights. Now, if I knew I was innocent and you're telling me I can't see the information until I get to Idaho, guess where I'd want to go right away? So I rest my case. He hopped in that plane fast as shit for a reason. And all this damning evidence, all this evidence that everybody kept saying, oh, just wait till trial, just wait till trial. What do they got? Everything is falling apart. The problem, if they had anybody else that they could charge, they'd charge them. But the problem is they don't. And they knocked down their crime scene. And the only warm body right now they have in jail, keeping the public calm and kids in the university, is Brian Kohlberger. So, and if you, like I said, if you disagree, I'm open to, opinion, or if you just want to come up and chat, I want to hear from you guys what your thoughts are. Shit's important. I mean, but people say, oh, we don't deserve to see nothing. Okay, well, they don't deserve to get our information then if we see a suspect vehicle driving down their neighborhood. I mean, come on. Can't have one, not the other. Oh my God. All the people, I mean, I don't know about this. Like, I don't know how it all works with suing the state and shit like that. But as far as like the people that make documentaries and all the hate videos and stuff like that on him, like I'm assuming there's some kind of defamation case there. But like, I don't know how it goes if you're, false in prison for like 6 years. Like I don't know. Like, I don't know what happened. I don't know if he was found not guilty in that case or a hung jury, but the treehouse killer guy, who represented himself, I don't know what the outcome of that was, but 6 years he was in there. So if he gets out, can he sue the state? I mean, I'm assuming, but I'd be suing everybody else, all the authors of these freaking books and documentaries, and because that kid, he won't be able to go anywhere if he gets out. Nowhere. Hey, Vix. You're having a good morning. Good morning, Beckles. He can sue if he's exonerated. He can sue the state after acquittal if he can prove the state did wrong intentionally. Oh, okay, yeah. So that's what I mean. If it'd be more him suing the people who, slandered his name, defamated on his name. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not a person that thinks like everybody's innocent. That's why I don't understand why like a lot of people dislike me for some reason. But I'm a person who, like, I go by the facts, and if the facts aren't there, then I'm not gonna sit there and just scream guilty, guilty, guilty to get on a wagon. Fuck the wagon. In my opinion, this is just my opinion based on what I've seen so far and the evidence and the shadiness. It's Richard Allen, Karen Reed, Brian Kohlberger, all three of them, I think are, I'm not saying they're all going to get off, but I think they're all not the person that did the crime. So take it how you want. That's my opinion. Yeah, and people really, everybody's like, oh, why don't you go there and drop something off and do this and do that. I just, I don't know. I don't want to get involved in any of that stuff. I mean, I see, channels and stuff bringing, the case, the missing boy, and they're bringing the father on. I believe he's the father, the Seth individual. And I see how that's going and stuff. And I just, I don't want to do any of that. I'd rather just get on the people that kind of, hung out with them, knew him in high school, after high school, because remember, he'd come home and visit from college and stuff. So Yeah. What's up, Ledge? Thanks for stopping in, buddy. Didn't care. No, she didn't admit anything. Didn't she admit it? Like when you have an ex, I posted yesterday, day before, between him and Gavin. That was a great conversation. But that guy is like ex law enforcement. He was saying flat out, "There's no way he was killed like this." And then he went into detail of the FBI investigation and stuff. And I'm like, why should he even go into trial? I mean, if the FBI is finding different means of means of death, like why is she even going to trial? But again, I can talk about Karen Reed for a whole day. I know, but like, I feel like they would, I feel like they would know that. Like, I mean, there's literally there's Facebook groups out there that, and they're hardcore into like conspiracies about, who might have done it and because again, you guys know, I never hopped on board with the whole drugs and the cartel and all that kind of stuff because I don't want to, blame anybody else and stuff like that because I don't know, you know. At this point in time, none of that matters to me. What matters is Brian's locked up, and the prosecution has to prove it. But a lot of people forget that. They think the defense has to prove his innocence. Yeah, I mean, it's just a point of like, even if he called in, or if Brian's mom or dad even called in right now to hear, like, I wouldn't do it. I just wouldn't do it. But to all their own. Yeah, exactly. Like shit like that. Like, so I just go, I'm fact based. Let's see. Did it hit? Did it hit him? Oh, Karen Reed said her friend. That's not, dude. You have it all wrong, translucent. You have to. Oh God. To the judge. Yeah, I mean, but then again, you see how the media like, okay, but they offered her a plea deal to take next to nothing, and if she did it, she would have took that. But like here, you see, Karen said to her friend, Jennifer McCabe is not her friend, and Jennifer McCabe had no good intentions. So, and thank God that Karen Reed's phone was recording what. Well, I mean, her phone was still on, and John's voicemail was recording 4 minutes after they arrived back to the house, and John was in the yard. So Jen can't spin another story. Yeah, I mean that was smart. I mean, I let my lawyer speak for me too. And this, like I said, he can stand there and scream he's innocent all he wants. Scream he didn't do it. This, that, and the third. It does nothing. I mean, there's a gag order on this case. It's just going to make people say, "Look, he raises his voice." Yeah, man. What do you mean? I fell asleep at like 9 something last night. I woke up fresh. What up, Shag? Nobody cares that Joanne has me blocked. Nobody. Well, it's between you and Joanne. Prove Bundy didn't job last night. Really? Did you do it with like research, or like would you find it? Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. People, you could say something stupid and not even realize it and think you're saying something intelligent, and all of a sudden they use it against you. That's why they say if you're ever arrested, you shut up. You don't say nothing. Even if even if the public thinks you're guilty because you're not talking, you don't say nothing. I don't know when people are going to learn. I don't know how many interrogation videos people have to learn or have to watch until they learn to not talk to the cops. Like, it's amazing. Like, I've even seen interrogation videos where they're like, "Oh, I watch true crime and investigation or interrogation videos," and there they are sitting there, singing like a canary. Wearing face mask. Wow, 20. That's a lot. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was thinking that, but as far as trying to get his location and stuff, wouldn't they be able to do that with just his phone number? And again, I know it's going to come back shaky, but remember, this is the Payne's interpretation of what he got back from the FBI. So that's why there's so many ors. His phone might have been off, or he could have been here, or so. Let's see. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that's what I mean. They want you to talk. Never. I mean, we've seen it, but somebody who's innocent is going to listen to their lawyer. But they would still need to. But that means obviously they still got a warrant for his. Like, so that means you wouldn't need a warrant for a phone. That would be a warrant for phone records. And they probably just got the info and they were like, "All right, let's go." That's my opinion. Yeah, Karen. Yeah, again, Karen's going to be a circus. That whole trial's going to be a circus. Just watch. Again, if I was him, I wouldn't even want to go into trial because I wouldn't want everything coming out on what was investigated. But that's just me. So that's why I said, anybody who thinks that this isn't going to trial, you're out of your mind. Like, this case is a million. If Karen Reed's going to trial, this case is going to trial. Especially with this judge. Now, if you had a judge that, could look at everything and see kind of what we see, then who knows? I just don't see how we see something different. But he needs to light a fire under the prosecution's ass to get everything over the defense so we can just move along. The families can, have some kind of answer sooner than later instead of this, bitching about, oh, I don't want this scene or that scene or whatever. Oklahoma 420 smoke. All right. That triggered me. I got to take a little hit of Ruski. A little bong hit for Jesus. You know what I mean? All right. And we're back. So nobody wants to come up. I saw so many comments like, oh, can't wait till you're live again to come up. I know it's early, but guess what? So what? I want to hear what y'all think about this. Let's see. Oh, wait. Why do I keep... I hate doing this on the phone. I got to get like a little labby. Oh, Lavarusco. Hey, Boston. Joanne. By the way, okay, I have a confession. I hope Twizzle's still in here, and I hope Dinky watches this. So, I have a confession for Joanne, and I have a confession for Boston. Okay. The other night, when Lana had she had her stream for people to come up and persuade her that the alibi was no good and all that. That was me that came in and was like, "Oh, Joanne, I forget what I said to you, but I said something, and then I was like, y'all are just BK lovers." And listen, when you banned me for 84,000 seconds, I've never laughed so hard in my life. I don't know if it was you or Boston, but one of you banned me for 84,000 seconds, and it was the greatest thing I ever seen. Oh my God. I just had to tell you. That was absolutely gold. But yeah, so anyway, I just had to tell you that. I didn't listen. I thought 84,000 seconds was like a month, and then we did the math, and it was only 24 hours, and I was like, oh, okay. Oh my God, yeah. Well, that's my main. Well, I figured, y'all would click on it, and y'all would see a couple of you have it friended, but when you banned me for 84,000 seconds, that was fantastic. I didn't even know you could ban. Like, it didn't say 24 hours. It just said 84,000 seconds. Oh, because first it was like I was banned for 10 seconds. I was like, oh, okay. It's not that bad. And then bang. Oh, man. That was great. So I was thinking, because I mean, I can still be live while I walk Leah to the bus stop. I was thinking to maybe have a few mods, but I'm a poker player. I'm a gambler. I'm a an odds man. So I was thinking about maybe doing like a little. I have on my phone. Well, I use in my trading card world when I sell and do different kind of games and shit for $100 prizes, $1,000 prizes, whatever. I do what are called duck races, and it's like a whole row of ducks that are dressed up like you name it, everywhere, anywhere from Elvis to Hello Kitty, whatever. I mean, any kind of duck you can think of, and the ducks race. And then if anybody wants to be a mod, just so I don't have like 10 or 20 mods and everybody going nuts and nobody mad that I didn't pick anybody. If anybody wants to be a mod, I'll do a little duck race, and then whoever comes in like maybe first 3, first 5, and then from there I'll add mods depending on how it goes. Again, I'm just scared because I've seen I've left some channels because of toxic mods and stuff. I know nobody's toxic here, but I'm saying because I had an opposite opinion at first and stuff, but I trust everybody. And then if I ever do get monetized, I don't want YouTube getting any money from anything. So if anybody does send me any money, what I want to do is I want to have like a giveaway every week or every month for like a gift card to, I don't know, a chain restaurant or something that is everywhere, and send it out to the winner, instead of having YouTube take the money and stuff, because I do a lot of that stuff in my Facebook group. I do a lot of giveaways, free giveaways for my members and stuff. So I'm all about that. I don't like YouTube taking 50%. Fuck you, YouTube. Why not ask who wants to be a mod in the first? Well, because I've spoken to a few people, Angel. I'm just saying, I want to do it a fair way, and not just be like, oh, I'm gonna pick so and so because of this. Hell yeah! So I'll do a giveaway every week. Hey, Clue. What did you get? What do you? Sorry. What do you mean, Jesse? surprised what buildings. Clue. I don't know if you're awake. I don't know, if you're up or whatever. If you want to come up and chat about this, I'm gonna drop the link. Or if anybody wants to come up. I don't know how to post it to the. I got to figure out how to post it to the top of this thing. That I have not figured out yet. One step at a time. Yo. I don't even want to talk about that, bitch. If you got a problem, she know where to find me. It's right here. And she know where the link is. It's right there. Or for anybody else, for that matter. And what's his name? Who I don't even know. What the hell's the name of the channel? Get a clue. Dude, you get a clue. I don't even know you. I don't even heard, like, I had to hear from other people that you're saying stuff about me, dude. This is like my third live ever, bro. Chill. Jesus. Look at your panties in a bunch, for Christ's sakes. Anyway, click the comment and it will say pin message and pin it. Oh. Shit, thank you. No, it just says star comment, delete comment, put user. I can put myself in timeout and ban user and delete their comments. How would it even give me an option to? Oh my god, I almost clicked it. How do I click off of this? Hold on. Hey, Jody.
Hey.
Sorry, I'm trying not to end my stream here.
Every
oh my
time.
god. How
I
are
was
you?
like, no freaking way. That last time that happened, I was like, no way, not again.
Where are you from again? You're in North Carolina, right? So you're on my time. So it's 8:30 there. It makes sense you're awake.
Yeah. As soon as I hopped on YouTube, I was like, no way, I'm first. What?
Well, I mean, I'm sure. I mean, some people are just waking up. Twizzle's probably just going to bed. So.
Yeah, that's what when I'm getting.
So what's your? I don't know if you heard. I don't know if you saw. What's your take on what Billy Boy wants and is asking for?
So, give me like a really quick recap on that because I haven't looked at the.
I mean, it's very simple. Bill doesn't want us seeing the next hearing.
And then, my opinion, if he's so confident, in what he's got and who he's got, then what's he got to hide? And what
Thank you, Gappy. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't crazy for thinking that.
No.
So it's like
it's wild. Just turn over this stuff that you need to turn over and let's get this started, in my opinion.
It's okay, fat clue. You're okay. Well, that's gonna get you banned for everybody. Cocksucker. See ya. I guess I'll take care of those weirdos. Hey, listen, I know you're probably still watching, and you could probably still click on the link, and I will let you up on panel, and I'll politely let Jody down if you got some words. But don't talk about people who I respect like that. You pig fuck. Anyway, sorry to interrupt you. What were you saying? Apologize.
Oh, no, you're good. I was just saying, I think the last thing I said was that, if he turns over everything, we can get this started. And why does he have to hide everything? That's just the way it comes off. Because how many requests now has she had for discovery? A lot.
412.
Exactly.
I don't know, like 15 or something. It's crazy.
It is. And I just can't believe the judge is not making any rulings on that at all.
Yeah. Clue, do you know who that is?
I've never seen that person ever. I don't know who
Listen,
it is.
that person came at me in a live, and I'm like, again, I don't even know you. Like, what are you coming at me for? But then they came in here and they say, hi, pussy. I told them to come over and say the shit they were saying before, and they come over. Oh, good morning. Idiots. Anyway, I just hate, listen, come at me. Don't come at, people that I like. That's a different story. Is Dinky here? I told Dinky I was going live. Okay. He said it's confession. Yeah, I don't know what he has to hide. Again, I think he has to hide how silly he's gonna look trying to
Yeah, exactly.
tell Cyray he doesn't know what he's talking about. That's the name, right? Cyray.
Yeah.
I called him a sci-fi the one day. I felt bad. Will he say popsicles? I just did.
Mm.
Hold on, just give me 1 second.
Okay.
I got oh my God. Leah. Sorry. But yeah, I'm angry. You know, I'm angry because, like I said before, they're so quick to ask the public for help, but so quick to put something like this in to hide everything from us. And I don't agree with that.
Exactly, and not even using an actual photo of the actual car. How is anybody supposed to find it if any distinct features of the car are not the actual car?
Well, can you explain to me how people still believe that they possibly have his face or license plate on camera somewhere, but yet
I don't think they do.
That's the image they put out.
I don't think they do have license plate or face, because if they did, I feel like that would be like their one thing that they would be like, got him, but no.
Yeah, I just think they have the biggest uphill battle I've seen before a case so far. Like I said, I mean, Karen Reed's pretty bad.
I haven't looked into that at all, so I can't really speak on that one.
Yeah. 1 second, Angel, don't judge me, okay? Don't judge my life. Yeah, I was running a bubble bath. 1 second. Kitty's crazy, huh? No. Just walking my daughter to the bus stop. Man, what a nice day it is. What's how hot is it down there where you're at?
Well, it's supposed to be like 76 today. Feels probably like in the 60s right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sitting outside walking my dog. So,
man, see, it's only going to get to like 52 today here, but now it's only like 40. Like my hands are freezing, right, honey? Right? And it's like 41, 42 right now.
Heck no, I'm ready for summer.
Yeah. See, I like spring when it's like 65, a little like a little wind, not too much wind, just enough to
Yeah. Nah,
but
I'm like
humidity
80s,
I can't do.
90s.
Nah. I mean, I can do that with no humidity.
Right. Definitely.
But that's why, again, that's why I said the only place I would ever move to is North Carolina, because I've already gone out west. There's no way in hell I'd survive in Florida, and if I go north, I'd probably freeze to death. So I'm trapped.
I'm just ready for summer.
Yeah. What's the hottest it ever got down there?
Do what?
I said, what's the hottest it ever got down there?
Oh, like high 90s. I mean, it's been 100 before, but that's about it. But it gets hot.
Yeah, like I said, the only place, I mean, I went to North Carolina once, not long, but I went to Myrtle Beach, which was it was where Myrtle? It was where everybody, it was years ago, but it was when it was where everybody drives like the golf carts around and shit.
Yeah. Oh,
like over there.
Ocean Lakes.
Yeah. That was crazy. The security guards were selling like grenades and shit. Swear to God, they're I swear they were selling like grenades, weed.
I
Again,
wouldn't doubt it.
I was maybe like, I don't know, 13, 14. It
Mm,
was wild.
Myrtle Beach has gotten bad though. I wouldn't go back there.
No, hell no.
It's just nasty now.
Yeah, I mean, again, to me, that's it's still getting a little too south for me because in the dead of winter, you can't escape humidity. I mean, I thought going out west, dry heat, all that jazz. People were telling me, nah, it's all fugazi.
I heard it's pretty. The heat's really different, like out in Arizona. I mean, I've never been, but
Why, Clue?
yeah. I don't want to go back to Myrtle Beach. Last time I went to Myrtle Beach, walking to the beach, there was about. I don't know if I could say it on your channel or not, but
You
some
can say anything on my channel.
about 6 crackheads just out there on their hands and knees moaning. I'm like,
Oh
hell no,
God,
get me out of this place.
they were moaning.
Yes, I mean they were out of it, just hollering.
Oh God, yeah, I'd freak out.
Oh yeah, I was. I grabbed my son. I was like, no, get me out of here.
Yeah, I when I lived like closer to Philadelphia, and I moved like way outside Philly. Um, I would just take a drive because it's only like, I don't know, 2-3 miles to get into Philly, and like it's like walking. It's like being at like a Walking Dead scene, just driving through like the Walking Dead. And these people are just sitting there, half their pants are off. They're like, slumped over, almost touching the ground. But then the worst thing that's going on is like there's this, I don't know what the hell it's called, but trank or something like that, and they shoot it, and then it like eats away their skin, and
That's
then
crazy. That's too much. Too much.
yeah, then they have to get like their limbs chopped off and stuff. So it's
Yeah,
getting bad.
wow.
Yep.
It ain't worth it.
No. Now is when we need a war on drugs, not when there was a war on like marijuana and shit. We need a war on drugs now. This fentanyl shit and
Oh yeah.
everything else. But anyway, getting back to the case. Yeah, I hope Ann fights the shit out of this because, like, obviously I want to see.
Yeah, I done said if Billy Boy keeps it up like that, like he does in trial, like he does now in trial, the jury's not gonna like him at all.
No,
He's
I've ever
just
been to
rude.
Villanova area. Yeah, I actually lived over once near Villanova for a year and a half. Not really proud of it, but it is what it is. I lived up in Scranton, where our fearless leader's from. I don't know why he brags about being from Scranton. Yeah, I trolled you hard, Boston. That was great, though. But yeah, I think Billy's in over his head because he's used to just people taking pleas and shit like that, and the judge is nowhere near qualified for this case,
Oh yeah.
and you know. But I'm curious to see what how Anne responds.
Do you think they'll have the surviving roommates go on stand?
Do I think they'll have him go on stand?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, I hope they do.
Well,
Just because.
they're gonna 1000% have him go on the stand. Now, do I think they're gonna show them like on the like how we want to see them and see their mannerisms and see their reactions and stuff? Unfortunately, no. Does it piss me off? Yes. Why? Because I want to refer back to it one more time. Because with Ted Bundy, Okay, they not Bundy with Jeffrey Dahmer. Okay, they brought in his fucking neighbor. They brought in the dude that he brought to his house for a couple hours that escaped. Uh, and they showed these people right on camera. You know, and the woman that stood up and screamed, "I hate you! I hate you!" You know, like, so what's the problem with
You talking
two?
about Dahmer?
Yeah, yeah. So what's the
Oh, okay.
problem with two witnesses who weren't harmed? Well, one witness and somebody who was just on the first level on the first floor, who weren't harmed. What's the harm in having them on screen?
Yeah, I mean, if they got their guy, they shouldn't be scared of anything, in my
Hmm.
opinion. To go and stand for their roommates, their
Yeah.
friends, to defend them, especially since they weren't harmed, like you said, and everything relies on DM's testimony. I mean,
But now, do you know? And again, I don't know how like well versed you are with like the crime world because I know I'm not. But do you know if the like the witnesses when they're questioned, okay, and they're cross examined, are there like obviously there are there's objections from the prosecution on the cross examination, but is there like a certain line that they can't cross as far as like if the witness starts spinning out of control, okay, and it's getting to a point where it's becoming non-believable, like can the prosecution step in or it just has to play out?
it depends. I mean, I've watched a few trials, but I think it depends on if what they're saying is relevant to the question that is asked.
Hmm.
I think it depends on
Like if she's
how.
like, if she starts saying shit that and she's it just starts making absolutely no sense, right? And the prosecution's like, shit, like we
Oh
got to
yeah,
get her off
they'll
of
try
there.
to
They can't just like throw the flag in. Yeah.
they'll try, but then if it's relevant, like I said, to what is asked, like if it's the defense is asking a question and she starts going and saying stuff that could hurt the state, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, it's still relevant to the question.
Like,
Then
no, yeah.
they'll have to like just let her say what she needs to say, even if it's not gonna help. But the state will try to be like objection or get her to stop talking. But like I
They are a
said,
little.
the judge will get her
They're
to say whether she
yeah.
knows keep talking or if it's relevant, they'll let her keep talking.
Mm. This says because they are little girls who need protected because they have been traumatized. Get out of here. Put up there for the whole world to see. I mean, uh, they've been traumatized. They're. I mean, these. This is a witness for Christ's sakes.
Exactly.
And
The whole
and like
PCA relies. I meant to say PCA a second ago, not
she
temp.
never said. She never said she was threatened by this individual.
No,
I mean, that never came out.
you
I mean,
can't go
shit.
from.
That should have been part of her story. It was like he threatened me not to talk. That's why I didn't say anything for 8 hours. I mean, that's what I would have said. My little story I made up, but
She never said, "Oh, I saw a knife in his hand." Well, there's no sheath, so he's got to be carrying it, unless he's
yeah.
stuck.
That I thought as well. But then if you look, there's K bars that are black.
Yeah.
So that can negate that. The hump I still haven't got over is what Clue brought up, which is how did she know that this person had a dick, but she didn't know the color of this person?
Yeah, none of that was mentioned. That's what I was about to say. You can clearly see the thickness of this person's eyebrows, but you don't mention the the race of the person or like the gender. None of it. Just I was
She's claiming
scared
she's
because he had bushy
basically just,
eyebrows.
but she's
What?
claiming she's basically just as tall as this person. And I don't, like I said, I'm not going to
No,
ask her. I'm
I
not going to
think
ask your
yeah,
height, but I dated a tall chick, and because she said a lot of guys lie on their profiles about their height and shit like that. So she was self conscious about like her height as far as dating. So, in my opinion, like taller chicks would know
yeah,
exactly like if a guy is 6 foot right away or if he's
exactly.
6'1", 6'2". You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I mean, I might be wrong. I mean, I'm asking you because
I'm
I'm
five
not,
eight.
I'm not a chick.
I'm 5'8". I mean, I
Mhm.
feel like it's a little bit taller than I'm taller than every girl in my family. I mean, I don't know what 5'8" is compared to everybody else, but my opinion is when she said his height, if if she was anywhere correct on describing that person, she would have been like, he was 6 foot, not 5'10" or taller. That is such a basic answer. That could, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, you
And they
would
were
know
like, oh, he fit the
6 foot
description.
tall.
How the hell? Of course he fit the description. I
Yeah,
mean, look how basic the information is.
that
Like,
bothered.
but like I said, where is the explanation on why there's no race? If she saw eyebrows, that means okay, right under your eyebrows, what do you have? You have a layer of skin, right?
Yeah,
So to see that a person's eyebrows is bushy, there has to be some kind of lighting. And if you know, obviously I'm not obviously I'm not racist. Obviously, I have a lot of black friends and stuff, but a black individual and a white individual, you're going to be able to tell, if you see them right under their eyebrow, if that's all she saw, okay, like if it was darker or if it was lighter,
exactly.
and none of that was in the description, none of it.
And that's why when I read that PCA, it's basically all of it boils down to what DM said, heard, and saw. All of it, besides the routes and all that. But that's why I'm thinking, if they don't have her on stand, how are you going to base the PCA off somebody's, like, you know what I'm saying? That's why, I mean, I hope they do.
Well, that's why I said when, why didn't this all come out right away? Why didn't it come out right away that they had a witness and they put out some sort of, some, and that's maybe that would actually see, now I'm like talking, it's like shit's starting to click in my head. Maybe that's why they didn't put so much information in the PCA, because or so much description of what she saw, because then people would have even stronger of an argument of why they didn't try putting out a sketch rather than a bullshit stock image. Because if they had a witness, okay, and she sat down with a sketch artist, okay, and she saw enough to see his eyebrows, all right, well, what else did she see? Okay, did she see his eyes? Did she see, you know what I mean? So, in my opinion, I think that they only put that information in there to get it to where it's believable, but not too far to where it's like, yo, where the fuck was a sketch?
Exactly.
But that's my opinion, and only because the whole timeline is based around Dylan herself and how she just woke up at 4 o'clock, and in her sleep she already knew what everybody was doing. Again, she's telepathic. Brian has to float to not get any DNA anywhere, and only one shoe print
Right.
in front of her door. So there's too many things that I have to go to an imagination world in my mind to be like, yeah, he did it, or
Yeah.
even be at this point, or even be in the middle,
That's
because
why
I don't believe a jury of 12 unbiased people are not going to see at least one of the 3-4 things that I'm seeing that are just, like I said, that would just end a jury's decision to convict him.
and another part is how they didn't, they had, in the beginning, everyone believing it. Everyone was asleep when they were murdered. They were just killed in their sleep. No one woke up. No one was awake prior. But now we know that's not true. So you're telling me she heard nothing. And that's why they had it worded that way in the
But why
beginning.
would that come out? But why would that come out? Okay, so let me think about this. So to figure out if somebody was stabbed in their sleep, because obviously if somebody's stabbed, okay, their eyes are going to be, they're going to wake up right away, I'm assuming, and then if they pass away, their eyes are going to be closed or open. So to make an assumption that people were stabbed in their sleep, doesn't that take a certain amount of time for testing to be done to see,
Yeah.
like, I mean, there has to be a lot of, in my opinion, like, testing to be done on every single victim to see to look at the wounds, to see the organs and all that, to see, if they were sleeping or not. So to come out with that story so quick, like, I think it was because to just make it, because I kind of believe that okay, somebody snuck in, everybody was all sleeping, it makes sense, that time frame makes sense, beautiful. But then, like you said, when we found out they were all awake, I was like, wait a minute, what's up, Digo?
I feel like the only one that was maybe asleep was Maddie.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like everyone else was awake. And like you said, they're going to take time to figure out whether that's true or not. And even like hypothetically, if I'm laying down on my phone, I can still be awake. And if I'm killed while I'm laying down, and someone comes in, they might think I was asleep, but I could have been awake the whole time screaming just because I'm laying there. So I feel like they need to look at all the victims' phones, even the roommates' phones, with the metadata, just to determine whether they were, in fact, asleep and laying down. But we know Xana was awake. We know, in my opinion, I think Ethan was awake, because how do you go from, we were all heard that he was blocking the door, right? So you couldn't get into the room. Well, the killer had to leave the room.
Yeah.
So how did he leave the room if there was someone blocking the door, and still have that person blocking the door?
Exactly. But I don't know. I mean, like I said, everything is just too perfect, and that's where it's so non-believable. And from where, think about this for a second. From where Dylan would have had to have seen Brian, okay, would have had to, unless she saw him directly. I mean, as soon as she opened her door and he was standing right in front of it, which again is probably highly unlikely, that means that she saw him on the step up. And again,
that makes him even taller.
Brian looks 6'2", so that would make Brian 6'8".
Yeah,
in a view.
There's no way she said 5'10" when she, or taller. Yeah, I get she had the.
Well, she might have. Well, listen, she might have said it, but it ain't Brian.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, she might have said that shit, but it ain't Brian. Like, right. Brian would be like 6'8".
Yeah, because if I was looking at him, I wouldn't be like, oh, he's 5'10" or taller. No, I'd be like, he's at least 6 foot.
Yeah, I mean, again, and you're so used to having, guys over there and stuff, and seeing so many guys and heights and all that. I just, and it's all based around what she saw. That's what irked me, is when they came out with the story of, they have a witness all of a sudden, blah blah blah, and then you look at the PCA, and without her, that PCA crumbles. So. But what I don't understand is why would you want a trial to happen 4, 5, 6 years down the road when, witnesses' memory obviously gets foggy. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And they're not going to remember stuff clear as day like they did.
Well, they're going to use that against her because, it's going to come out, were you drinking? Were you smoking? And then it's going to be, you're not very credible on what you can remember, can you? I mean, that's just what I think the defense are going to go if she's on stand.
No one was blocking the door. Officer says when they arrived, he located a female in the doorway of the bedroom. So she was in the
door open, but I could have sworn everyone was saying that Ethan
wait, the doorway, the door. Wait, so it says located a female in the doorway of the bedroom and a male deceased on the bed. So the doorway of the bedroom. That's not the entrance of the bedroom. So that means the door was open?
No, I want to go back and read that just to double check. That the way I remember it was,
maybe
they were trying to get the door open. The door couldn't get open because they had to have the open it. And he was pushing, trying to get in. That's the way I've always remembered it.
Yeah, well, I think you heard that from where I heard that, which is the family. But they had to push in the door to get in. I think.
Yeah, and then in the documents they have all of Ethan's, redacted.
On. Sorry, Dago. Yeah, that's another thing. Redacted stuff. I hate that. I gotta post the link. 1 second.
It was from the doorway they could see. So they were in the doorway, not she was in the doorway.
The link's out. So they had to, because it was all contained in one room. So the door couldn't have been open. But if if Ethan crawled to the door and passed at the door, I mean, it's all just so, I don't know.
I know. Now I want to pull up the thing and read it again.
Nothing much, man. Doing? Nothing. Woke up and saw what old Billy Boy wants, and I got angry, and I was like, I gotta go live because I'm pissed.
No worries. First time I've been up here. I appreciate it.
I appreciate you coming, man. It's nice to have you.
Yeah, always.
Hey,
Good
Dago.
morning. Hey, how are you, hon?
So what do you
Good.
think about this, man? Did you see did you see anything yet or no?
No, I've only been up for. I'm lazy. Like an hour.
Oh.
Why? What are you talking about? What came out?
So basically Bill doesn't want cameras in the next hearing in May.
I knew that was coming.
Yeah. So
Jesus Christ.
I'm pissed, man.
I know, and it's
Because again, the only reason I think this is my opinion, you know, maybe you have a different one, is because of how the last one went.
What the hell has that got to do with the cameras, though? That's what I don't understand. That has nothing to do.
Because maybe he's seeing what I mean. Because like I said earlier, I've seen a lot of lawyers break this down, dude, and say like, you know, he looked like an idiot, basically. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna venture to say that he's obviously watching after the fact when we're
Mhm.
all watching and everybody was making fun of him and blah 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 and so on and so forth. You know, okay, you're a professional. Like, just bite the bullet, bro. Do your job.
Yep.
Moving on. You know, like, just do the thing. Who cares? Who gives a shit? You're an attorney, bro. Who cares what you think? A bunch of YouTubers. Nobody cares. Do your thing.
Exactly. Especially if you have the evidence to back it up. Who cares a shit?
That's what I'm saying.
It's just bullshit. Sorry, it's just another excuse. You know,
You can listen to it. You can curse on here, man.
Oh well, fuck it. Hey.
Yeah, dude, I'm fucking pissed, dude. Like,
hey, man, fuck this bull fucking shit. Fuck it.
I mean, I don't know if you heard me, but like, you know, I don't know if you were looking for, you know, white Elantras, but you know, I was looking for a couple white Elantras, and we all spent our time to look for this. They asked us for, you know, a bunch of tips. They got a bunch of tips, and now, you know, I know people say, "Oh, the public doesn't deserve to know shit." Well, I don't agree with that, because then why are we giving you information and going out of our way to try to help you when you have no information, but you can't tell us? I understand sometimes it's to protect the case. I get that 1,000%. But if this is your guy and he's locked away, and you know, then what's the problem?
Well, they come out and immediately said that it was targeted, right? And the public had nothing to worry about. All right. Well, then now we know that okay, it's completely random. There's no stalking. There's no connection between the victims and the defendant. So
thank you,
tell
Angel.
me how that is okay for the public. Immediately saying that, you know, in the beginning. It doesn't make sense. It's not.
Oh, what do you think, hon? I mean, as far as like, what do you think his reasoning is behind it? Do you think it's what I just said, or do you think it's something else?
As far as not wanting the cameras?
Yeah.
Well, like I was saying earlier, if he was so confident in you know, in what he has evidence wise, and having their guy, what has he got to hide? Why not come out with it all already?
Right. Like I said, you're a prosecuting attorney. You're the prosecutor for this, you know, on this case. Like, who gives a shit what a whole bunch of YouTube people think, or you know, what the news is gonna do? Your job, bro. That's all you got to do. And I feel like it's the last case, and I got to make this a good one. And I can't have people talking down about me. I can't look like an idiot. I can't do this. I can't do that. Who cares?
Exactly.
If you think Brian Koberger murdered these 4 people, prosecute the motherfucker, put him in prison, and be done with it. Excuse my language. That was a heavy word, but you know, it's like, it's just irritating now. I didn't even know that. Now I'm pissed.
Yeah. Well, that's why I woke up and I'm like, I'm not gonna fucking wait. I'm going live now, because like when it's fresh, dude, and I don't have to sit there and like, you know, try to justify it. I want to talk about it, because I just want to make sure I wasn't going nuts.
Never put this in the public eye. They should have never put this in the public eye, because we see what it's turned into. Okay, and it just gets worse. It just gets worse and worse and worse. So
they went crazy in the beginning talking about, oh, the car is going to be a I'm sorry, I can't talk. Bloodbath. The car is going to be a treasure trove of DNA evidence, and come out nothing. Okay.
Nothing.
Well, yeah, nothing. And then everybody. Well, I can't wait till the car comes back and it's that and all this stuff. And guess what? Here we are.
Like, even a hair follicle is DNA, right?
Yeah, there's no way, in my opinion.
And yeah, well, you know, Willie, the minuscule little piece of skin that got him arrested. So yeah, anything,
And
Jesus.
like, I think it was you, Willie, that said that about you're going to go to 4 different victims, 2 different rooms, and you're not going to leave any more of your own DNA, your own anything
Especially,
in there, except for just one piece of touch DNA.
What are you doing? Okay, you know, I don't know if you're single or you know, whatever. But if you're in a relationship, okay, and you're in a room and somebody comes in and they start attacking him, okay, what are you doing? Like, what's your first reaction? Is your first reaction to sit there and wait until the person's done?
My
Run?
first reaction is pulling out that FN, but that's just me.
But I mean, you know, you're obviously gonna, you know, it's fight or flight.
Exactly. I mean, they ain't no standing there silently when I know other
pretty cool,
people's in the
Diego.
home, right? If I know other people's in the home, 1, I'm going to react, and 2, I'm going to make noise to alert everyone else in my home that
Absolutely.
could be hurt or could help.
And at that point, the door, I'm assuming, is open,
right?
you know, because he's not like walking in and closing the door. He doesn't have time. He's walking in, surprising them. If he did this, so he's walking in, surprising them. The door's open. So they're screaming. That's echoing, and that's why I don't believe. Sorry, but I don't believe Dylan's full statement. I believe she heard more than she's claiming. Because if she heard regular noises of, you know, people playing with their dog and people whispering and talking and shit like that, there's no way she didn't hear screams.
What made her scared?
Well, that's what my question was the whole time. Okay, you live in this house. You've been in this house. You know the people that go in and out of this house. I mean, multiple people. You probably don't even know them all.
Exactly.
There's parties constantly, so on and so forth. That's fine. Why are you all of a sudden scared seeing somebody walk out of the house that
you don't? Yeah.
Unless you heard something before that. Okay.
That's what I've been saying. And what made you scared enough to open your and hide in your room and not walk out in your own home?
Thank you. That's what my argument's been the whole time. You know, you obviously were afraid of something, or you would not have locked yourself in your room. Okay.
But you weren't scared enough to call the cops, though, or call. You know what I'm saying? For 8 hours, no one.
I've never understood that ever.
Well, remember, we have basically. I mean, there's confirmation that they were writing to each other during this.
Yeah, I want to know what they said.
I don't like that at all.
If you could sit there and text back and forth with your roommate, you could call the damn police. Sorry.
Exactly.
Hey, did you hear that? Yeah, I did. Let's go investigate. Oh.
Yeah, why would you be afraid?
I don't want to. It sounds crazy. Thank you. That should have been the conversation, and very well could have been. And somebody could have said, "No, we better not," for whatever damn reason it was. But you know, hey, what was that? Did you hear that? I heard somebody scream. What the hell is that? Oh my god! What the fuck? You know.
Call 911. Call Hunter. Call somebody over to the house.
Call 911.
Remember, nobody was summoned over to the house until
8 hours. Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I've never understood. That's why I've been attacked, because I can't say Brian Koberger did this, because they haven't shown me, or any of us for that matter, truly anything that put that man inside that house other than some fucking eyebrows. Come on.
You're correctly. I mean, yeah, you're correct. But what everybody says is, oh, the touch DNA. The touch DNA doesn't put him in the house.
No, it doesn't.
I'm done with the DNA. I don't even talk about it anymore, because it's such bullshit to me. It's a joke.
I mean, if I just feel like
I don't think it's going to make it to trial.
There would be more.
Oh, it's got to go to trial. I want this to go to trial because I want.
No. I know the case. I'm saying the DNA.
Well, they've already said, I don't know, a while back about it being thrown out or whatever.
Yeah, they throw that out. What do they have?
It's not even a full. Yeah, P just said it. It's not. It's a partial profile. So
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just a joke. It's a joke. The whole thing has become a joke. Just do the run the. I can't believe they're going to pull cameras. Well, he's got to approve that first off.
Yeah, and obviously Ann has to respond, but you know, still. Like,
and here's the problem I have with that, though, is that Brian had issue with that at one point too, with the cameras. So if they agree on that, well, guess what, folks? We're gonna be running Brian Enton's Twitter feed. listen to what Brian has to say about it. Jesus God, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Then we have to see sketches and shit. I don't want to do that.
No.
I hope judges. Man,
What else
come on.
did they drop other documents too? Because I didn't look at any of them yet this morning.
I think it was just. I believe it was just that one. Unless something else came out before.
I mean, once they're at trial
or after.
See, that tells me that the prosecution is definitely watching YouTube. Because there was a lot of people that were making fun of him, calling him out. I a couple times I said, and I wasn't being rude, I just said, Bill's getting mad. He's turning purple. He's getting so pissed off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And people saying, oh, Ann's got him by the balls and blah, 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 blah. So if that's what the issue is.
But it's okay for, for the news to go on air and completely rip Brian apart and rip his alibi apart and rip everything else apart. That's cool.
Yeah.
That Twiz was coming up here.
Nancy Grace.
She had a podcast. Twiz is tired as shit.
Where every single thing, and it wasn't that long ago, she was speaking on the alibi. She had a guest on her show, and everything that Nancy and her guest said was completely wrong. They were saying, oh, he followed the victims on Instagram, and I'm like, no, he did not. And she said, there was his blood found at the scene. I said, are you kidding? I'm like, I'm getting mad and more mad. The more I was like, no way. Are they just telling everyone all of this misinformation? But it's okay for that to happen.
That's what I mean. Why is it okay one way, but not another? That's what I don't like. It should be a two-way street, and he should suck it up.
I mean,
and like you said, if he has the evidence to prove it, then what the hell is he crying about?
That's it. It shouldn't matter if the president's watching him. I don't give a shit. If you're good at your job, you know what you're doing, you have the evidence, Brian Koberger did this, as you're telling the whole world, we have our man, this is it, there's nothing else. Do it. Put it through, bro. Let's see it. That's all I'm saying, man. Like, just stop whining. Stop whining. Stop complaining. Do your job.
There shouldn't be nothing else to hide once you're at trial and you're at that point where, okay, what else? You shouldn't be hiding nothing.
Yeah, I don't know. I think she's going. Well, again, I want to know. There has to be other like trials and stuff that Ann has done that there's possibly footage of. Correct?
I'm sure somewhere.
Or documents of and stuff. Now, everything that's said in a courtroom is written down by that person that's typing the thing that I have no idea how to use.
Yeah.
What's that thing called?
The transcriber person?
Yeah, whatever the heck they're doing. So I'm very curious how many times she ever said in her career, because she is very well known, that she believes in her client's innocence.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, I mean, they're not going to admit that too often, like out loud. I wouldn't think, at least.
Hardly ever.
Yeah, especially in a high-profile case like this.
Yeah, I mean, I know that. Let me see. I'm
On
looking
television.
right now. If there's anything I can find that has her.
Yeah, how do you say that? Stenographer? Jesus.
A stenographer.
Stenographer.
Oh, yeah, stenographer. It's even hard to say, for Christ's sake, let alone use.
Stenographer.
Yeah, those things are nuts, dude. It looks like there's only like 5 keys.
That's like the inventory people in the grocery store just typing away with that little thing on their thigh.
You would think they came up with like a better way by now.
they are quick with it.
Do you have the document, Willie? If not, I can go pull it.
No, you can take over my screen now if you want. Or send me the...
Oh, yeah. Bring it in. Yeah, let me go look for it real quick. I haven't even looked it up.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm on my phone, so it might.
Oh no, you're fine. Yeah, don't worry about it. Let me go look for it real quick.
What's up, Annie Potts?
What's cracking, homie?
Annie Potts, where have you been?
Hi, Dago. I miss you so much.
Where have you?
You come
into Willard's channel, but I haven't seen you in mine, and I don't know how long. Where have you been?
I know. I just got up and saw that Willie was live. I'm actually on my way to Starbucks because I need a big ass cold brew.
Starbucks.
I don't blame you for that one. Yeah. Good to see you, dear.
You just
You
reminded me.
too.
I'm gonna
I
make
hope
me a pot.
everybody's well.
Definitely,
I
definitely.
hope you are too. What do you make of this shit?
Well, I haven't seen the new doc yet. I was trying to get somebody to give me the gist, but nobody did. And I'm driving, so I can't even go read it.
I'm trying to pull it up right now.
Oh,
I'm guessing Billy Boy doesn't want cameras, yeah?
Billy Boy wants it all behind closed doors.
What the hell?
Yeah.
You don't want nothing seen.
Well, I don't think, I'm sure Ann will probably argue on that. I know originally they argued for the cameras in the gag order, but I have a feeling after this most recent hearing and everything, I think maybe Ann has decided the gloves are about to come off and she's not playing anymore.
I can agree with that. Yeah. Definitely.
I think she was being very patient in the beginning. I think that she's played her cards right. I know a lot of people think she's weak and whatever. I don't think that. I think she's very, very strategic. She understands how this prosecutor operates. She used to work under him. She's well aware of his tactics. You know, so I personally think she's going to wipe the fucking floor with him, and he knows it. And that's probably why he wants everything closed.
I mean, you know, I didn't even think of that, Annie. I forgot that she worked under him. So yeah, she knows the way he works. That's 100% true. So, wait a minute.
Yeah, and it seems like she knows, like, because to me, he kept like kind of trying to discredit everything she was saying, everything she's been doing, and it just seemed like she hit her breaking point where like the gloves came off and she just let him have it.
Agreed.
And then the other chick let the judge have it, the private one.
Pull that up, Willie. That way Annie can see it too.
All right, let me.
Hang on 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna mute my mic real quick so you guys don't have to hear all this bullshit in Starbucks.
That's fine. All right, here we go. Motion to close hearings pursuant to ICAR 32. Jesus, I could probably say those in my sleep now. And request for scheduling order. So they threw it all in one. Okay. Comes now the state of Idaho by and through Latah County prosecuting attorney requesting to close the May 14th, 2024 hearing regarding the defendant's fourth motion to compel. Okay, so this is wait a minute. Regarding the defendant's, which is Koberger's fourth motion to compel, and any hearing to be set for the defendant's fifth motion to compel. This motion is made pursuant to Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32 and likelihood that the state and defense could be prejudiced by discussion or dissemination of information that has been stipulated to be filed under seal. The defendant's motion to seal Exhibit A attached to defendant's fourth motion to compel. Order sealing Exhibit A attached to defendant's fourth motion to compel. Stipulated motion to file Exhibit D. Attached to the defendant's fifth supplemental request for discovery under seal. That's what it sounds
now
like.
Just responding to the fourth and fifth request.
Heather just said it. It seems like he doesn't want anyone to know what Ann is still asking for because everybody's been talking about it.
That's crazy.
And if we go back to fourth and fifth request, damn.
I remember fourth and fifth have to do with the IGG and the cast, right?
Right, I believe so. I do believe so. You would know more than me because you're on that stuff, but
yeah, if I remember correctly, fourth and fifth have to do with IGG and cast stuff.
I do
so you don't want to. Yeah.
So why? Okay, based on what this states is that they don't want us to know that.
That's weird.
And it says,
in my opinion.
Also, motion to temporarily seal Exhibit 1 of state's response to defendant's fourth motion to compel discovery pending hearing. There exists a compelling interest at stake to preserve a fair trial. No reasonable alternative exists but to conduct a closed hearing.
Yo. Told you wild. You wild.
Wow. The state further motions the court for a scheduling order setting May 3rd of 2024 for the defendant to file any notice of witnesses, exhibits, expert reports, or other evidence the defendant intends to rely on for hearings regarding their fourth and fifth motions to compel. The state requests that the court afford the state an opportunity to respond to those initial disclosures, and such responses should be filed by May 10th, dated April 23rd.
So I wonder what witnesses they want to have for that.
Well, I think what he's saying is that by May 4th, the defense and Koberger need to notify the state of any witnesses they plan to call, including the state's own witnesses. But now, hear me out. How exactly is Ann Taylor supposed to do that when Bill won't even turn over the full list of witnesses, the full discovery? If you don't have full cast and you don't have full discovery, how do you create a full list of witnesses?
100%. 100%.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
This is crazy.
Something tells me, though.
Told you, man.
Something tells me, you know, like a lot of this stuff. I'm not going to say it.
Sketchy.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Say it. What the hell? We're uncensored here.
No.
So, I've had this opinion for a while. I've kind of kept it to myself, but I think whatever's going on behind the scenes, that they want sealed, that they want closed, my personal opinion only, I believe a lot of it has to do with one of the victims actually being a perpetrator of this crime.
You know what, Annie? Somebody else. You're not the only person that has thought that.
I think that's why they want everything, you know, kind of secret and sealed. And I also think that that particular victim who may have been involved got some people to help, I guess you could say. The people that helped facilitate this crime are extremely well trained people.
Yeah. I always said that if I took BK, if BK was just, Brian was out of the equation, you asked me what happened, and you told me 8 hours and all that, my first thought would go to, okay, maybe she couldn't overpower all of them without getting any, cuts and bruises on her, but I think that she knows a few people, and if something happened to where, hey, you never know, her and Ethan did something or blah, 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 and she got some, a couple people to come over and, one thing led to another, who knows? But to me, that sounds more believable than some random dude going in a random house for no reason.
So with that being said, Annie, do you think that Brian is involved at all?
A little bit, yep.
A little bit. Okay. I got you.
I think Brian's involvement may have more to do with he found out, I think Brian maybe came across or found out some things, stuck his nose in where it didn't belong, which would, make people want to maybe frame that person or, right?
But what connection would he have to know them, since there is no connection?
Well, I don't think that's what I mean. I don't think Brian knows these people at all. I think Brian knows the people who did this crime.
So you don't think that would still be a connection?
Well, not to the victims.
Not to the victims.
No.
Not to the victims. No.
Not at all.
No, I think Brian knows who did this. Personally, yeah, I think he does know.
But wouldn't he have flipped already?
That's
Nope.
right.
You don't know that he hasn't. They have to prove that. They got to prove that too, Willie. That's the thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I think that's the whole reason. I think maybe that's the whole reason they got Cy Ray too. Like, I know, Cy's history is questionable, I guess you could say, right? A lot of people think he's awesome and everything, and okay, but he does have, his software has come up in another trial before. I think it was in Colorado, where his software and the work he conducts, it was tossed out because it was deemed to be unreliable. So I think Cy has more to do with the military aspect, and his training in the military is why he was brought in. That's just my personal opinion. I think that this is unfortunately, there's people that are either in the military, ex-military, who are involved.
Gotcha.
That's what I was about to say.
I has a pretty hardcore military background, so.
Well, they did have people. I forgot what show it was on. It was in the mainstream media. I think it was before BK was called. They were, talking about, well, who could have done it, blah, 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 saying it was an ex-military man saying that someone that did this was, trained in the military
That's why a lot of people.
Well, but even the way that they talked about the crime in the beginning, right? And then when we found out when we found out the timeline, right? In and out in under like 15 minutes. That's how we train, units in the military who are going to acquire a high value target. Say they need to get in and out of a compound in Afghanistan in fucking 10 minutes. That's exactly what they're trained to do. You know what I mean? You go in, you kill everything that fucking moves, you get your target and you leave.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, the only thing that
think
throws that up is 2 people were left untouched.
That's what I was about to say. Yep.
Yeah.
I think that's where a lot of people we're trying to throw the Kopaka aspect into this too because of that kind of stuff. So I get what you're saying.
The timing is just crazy. The timing is just crazy with the whole Kopaka thing. Like I said, when it happened, Brian's on his way to Pennsylvania. Again, I already said that. I'm not blaming. Saying that Brent was involved at all. I just think that I don't slight anybody for thinking that because of the timing, and his dad brought it up when they got pulled over. So that I don't know, for 2 big things to happen like that so close together. To me it's. I don't know. And then his phone's wiped clean. There's no bullet holes in the walls of the home. All Brent's stuff's gone. And this is coming from his brother's mouth, not,
Well, I do find the interview. There's an interview that detectives did with 2 of Brent's friends after his death. And in that interview, the female is talking about how for over the summer months, Brent was staying in a motel in Moscow. And the reason that he was staying in that motel in Moscow was because of whatever was going on with his roommates. They were like making sexual advances at him and constantly trying to get him to do drugs with them. And he didn't like it. So Brent would stay in this motel in Moscow and he would just roam the streets till like 3, 4 in the morning. And I thought that was very, very, very interesting when his friends brought that up. In the interview, I'm not saying that Brent was involved in this either. What I will say is that it's very interesting that he was staying in a motel in Moscow. He was known to stay in this motel in Moscow a lot. And I don't think it's that far-fetched that someone like Brent would be connected to someone like Payne. A lot of these veteran guys stick together.
Brothers in arms.
There's a part of me that thinks that if what I think happened, and Brent was brought into this, he wasn't brought in by somebody like Brian. That's just my opinion.
No, I agree with you on that. Those 2 would not have connections to each other, in my opinion. 2 different lifestyles.
Well, I do think Brent and Brian, had they ever met, I feel like Brian would absolutely want to befriend people like that, and here's why. The only reason I think that is because Brian's high school graduation photo, or that yearbook photo, all he wanted to do in his life was be an Army Ranger. So in my opinion, it would make sense that he would gravitate towards people like that.
Yeah.
right? And if I remember correctly,
and he did a lot to fit in too. Like he did a lot of like he'd go above and beyond, just to kind of fit in. And that came from
right.
I don't know if you probably heard Rich, Rich talk, his friend that I spoke to. But yeah, he said that. Rich said that he would just do anything to kind of just try to fit in, and never got angry or anything like that. Even when they pulled that crazy ass prank that I told Rich I would have socked him in his mouth if they pulled that on me, and Brian didn't, act in a rage
Yeah,
or
he was
or
just
anything.
like, you guys are
And
assholes. Yeah.
Yeah,
and still shared with them.
and I could tell like it was fucked up what they did to him by the way Rich was like, he kept pausing his story because Rich said he felt bad about it.
Yeah.
So for Brian not to get mad at that, but yet he got triggered easily by walking past one of these victims and was jealous of their life is just asinine.
That's
Asinine to
the
say.
theory coming out right there.
Yeah.
Well, and it does too, like when you go back to, I did this a couple months back, and this is why my whole perspective on this case changed. So about 3 months ago, I was like, you know what? I'm going back to the beginning. And I went and I just started reading docs from the first doc file. Exhibit A, fucking Payne statement, You can just start from there, from the first.
Hello? Is she lagging?
Yeah.
Okay. I think you might be in a bad area.
Hello.
All right, we got you back. What in the hell? Hold on, let me. Yeah, what do you have? 2 phones?
No, I think she's trying to get a call, which is what bounced her out.
Oh, I got
Yeah,
2
sorry.
phones.
Sorry, someone
it's
keeps
okay.
trying to call me, and now I can't hear shit.
There we go.
It's all right. I can hear you now.
Well, anyways, so yeah.
What were you saying?
I like
don't
that
remember.
comment that Clue made too. That was an interesting comment. I never thought of that before. It's very possible too, though.
This one?
Oh, that's what
That
I was
one,
saying.
yeah.
I'm sorry. When I went back to the beginning, this is just my opinion, because I tried to look at it from, okay, let's just see what the cops were doing. That was my only concern. What were the police doing from the beginning?
Mm-hmm.
And when you go and you look at the documents and you look at all the paperwork and you look at all the warrants filed, everything is for Kaylee and Kaylee only for the first month.
You're right.
So in my opinion, that told me right off the bat, one of 2 things. Police either considered her the prime suspect or they considered her the prime target.
Mm-hmm.
That's just my opinion.
No, I agree with that.
But then when you hear things like, well, he didn't have to go upstairs, or she wasn't even supposed to be there, or then, okay, well, then that tells me she wasn't the target, right? She wasn't the main target. So in my opinion, it almost looked like the police thought she was the prime suspect in the beginning, not the target.
Right.
They're showing up at her house. The FBI is going to collect mail. All the warrants are only for her for the first month. They sat on a Reddit warrant. There was a part of me that thought maybe that's how they got BK's name to begin with, is from Reddit.
Yeah.
I wondered, right? And this is just me, like, in my own head. I'm not victim blaming or anything like that. This is just me in my own head with my own thoughts when I went back and started looking at everything from the beginning. To me, it looked like they believed she was the prime suspect.
I see how you can see that. Absolutely.
You said that she was the prime suspect?
They could have been looking at her like that.
Yes, I believe the police were looking at Kaylee as the prime suspect and not the prime target. Yes.
Wow.
I want to ask something. So, I mean, I've heard, I don't believe it. I don't see it, but I've heard you know, in mainstream media, I don't believe nothing they say, and I've also heard a lot of podcasts and YouTube creators who believe this. In the traffic stop cam, they all say there's a cut on his wrist, you know, when he's handing over his ID. I don't see it, but
There wasn't.
Okay, so break that down. If there's a cut on his wrist, there'll be more DNA. He had to have bled, right?
Yep.
But so that theory that they like to, there's a cut. Well, why is there only touch DNA then?
Right.
Well, it's not a cut. Well, yeah,
But
I mean, that's stupid to say
not.
because he would have been bleeding through his freaking, like I said, even if he tried to cut, okay, like I said
Well,
before.
see, here's the thing.
He
Do you
wasn't
guys know
teaching
anything about frog gear?
Huh?
Does
What?
anybody know what frog gear is?
Frog gear?
Dago, I'm guessing you would know what frog gear is, only because of your like EMT background and stuff.
Frog gear?
Yeah, F-R-O-G. Yeah,
Yeah.
frog.
Yes,
Like a
I know what
swimsuit?
it is.
Exactly. So frog
Okay.
gear is something that military people wear, especially
Yeah.
those who work with explosives. If you work with it specifically to keep you from, it doesn't absorb, it repels. So if you, I hate to say it, but like the kind of clothing you'd want to wear if you're going to commit a quad homicide by stabbing, it's not going to be like your normal PPE that you would see in a fucking lab or something.
No.
It's going to be frog gear. You want gear that's going to repel anything wet.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
it's
But there have to be some kind of
for
receipt for
people in
that.
the military.
Pull that up, Willie.
Frog gear?
Frog gear, yeah.
I got it already in the backstage, buddy. Just pull it up, and it's a minimal variation.
I got you.
Talking about. It's typically a waterproof type. We used it in fire service when we were out doing searches and stuff like that. For like search and rescue stuff. There's different variations of it. There's the really good stuff that the military would use, and then there's the stuff you can go to Amazon and pick up like this. Okay.
Right. And the military grade shit is 10 times better than anything you can get on Amazon. But literally, it will not absorb a drop of anything, of any moisture of any kind.
Right.
Blood, water, whatever. It's going to repel it, and it just drips right off of you.
Yep. It's just like, I don't know if you guys have seen, like when you put Rain-X on your windshield, how the water will just like kind of bubble up and roll off. That's the same stuff.
But as that person is walking, it's still running off of them, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct. Which is why I've said from the beginning, I literally said this from the very beginning. If you have absolutely zero blood trail outside, I pray to God that ISP, because they're so fucking stupid and inept, I hope somebody was smart enough on that forensics team to swab the drains of all the bathrooms. Because if there was not a single drop of blood outside of that house, then we know either the perpetrators never left or the perpetrator showered and cleaned up. And if they showered and cleaned up, there's going to be blood and body matter in those drains. So even if they destroyed the house, as long as they swabbed those drains and the proper tests were conducted, you're going to know some kind of cleanup was done.
Yeah. And that's why I was surprised that, they were because again, in my opinion, if Brian is just dumb person who left a sheet and all this kind of shit, and he just went home and showered, that they would have found something in his drain, when they, because now if blood goes down a drain, okay, does it seep into like the rust that's down in the drain portion, and does it stay there for like a certain amount of time? Like, how does that work? Does anybody know?
From what I understand, so most drains have that curvature in them.
Yeah.
So
I'm talking about a shower drain.
Well, yeah, it's going to go down the drain itself, like the hole, and then like Annie just said, there's the U.
Okay.
There's a trap in there.
9 times out of 10, even if a person thinks that they're washing, right, they're cleaning up the blood and they're just washing it down the drain. 9 times out of 10 in the drain, there's also, not only is there that U-bar, but there's also like a
probably hair and shit too, right?
It's
Yeah.
like a mesh, like plug strainer type thing.
Yeah.
So it prevents like somebody's kid from their fucking toothbrush going all the way, it'll
Gotcha.
stop it.
Right.
So
Yeah, and
hair could potentially get wrapped up in something like that, correct?
And here's the
Yeah.
thing is that if somebody went in that shower, took a shower after this, okay, unless they pulled that trap, that U joint at the bottom, okay, in that drain, there's no possibility they got everything out of there by cleaning that out. Because if there is hair and muck and everything else in there, blood's going to get trapped within that, okay? So they could pull that out, and you're going to have DNA in that, period. So I can't imagine anybody that did this taking the time, if they could even do it, to get into the plumbing to that place to clean that out.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to do that kind of thing, okay?
Well,
So,
no,
Yeah.
but that's why
yeah.
I'm hoping at least the ISP forensics team took it, because not forensics, that's standard protocol part of training. So like when my home was deemed a crime scene for a week, that is exactly what happened. Parts of the floor were cut up, parts of the rug were cut up, parts of the wall were cut out, because those were all areas of the home where there was blood, brain matter, bodily fluid, all of that was collected. And that's just
Oh, so the whole house
standard
wasn't destroyed?
protocol part of training
Oh, yeah.
for forensics when they are cleaning up a crime scene.
My dad's house was so
I'm
bad.
sorry?
We decided to sell it as is. It was awful.
It was that bad.
I've seen happen multiple times where I've been on suicides, okay, and I don't want to bring up anything bad to upset anybody.
Hold on, real quick, Dago. Where were you at the scene of the crime, Miss? Where were you at the scene of the crime? I got to ask you, Annie.
Where was she at during the crime?
Yeah. Where were you
I
at
wasn't even home.
during the crime? She wasn't even home. There you go, Twist. Jesus, you wanted me to ask you that.
Twiz, you're crazy, Twiz.
Yeah, with my dad, he took his life in his home, and I've seen more blood than I ever want to see in my life.
Well, and that's what I was getting at. I've been on scenes with like a suicide, and I'm sorry that happened to you, hon. My deepest condolences. That's horrible. But
Thank you.
where they have marked spots on walls, you know, and they've had to cut the wall out to fill that with that on it that has brain matter and things like that, because it looks, they're looking at it as if it's a suicide, but they don't know for sure because there's other people in the house at the time. They have to investigate. So they take the whole piece of the wall just as much as they probably did. I swear to God, when those cowboys or whoever the hell it was went into that house and they had come out with those bags, I'm telling you, that was pieces of that house, that wall. And
for sure.
Right.
I think they went in and cut out the wall in Maddie's bedroom behind that door for a reason.
I was going to say, I feel like I remember a photo coming out where there was a part of Maddie's wall cut out up in her room.
Yes, I'm telling you, that's what that was. Because the way that bag was being carried, it was a big ass bag. You got a piece of drywall in it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it just makes sense to me.
Yeah.
So those things.
So when they say it was a biohazard, then they might have been right. But still, don't knock it down.
Oh no. Don't knock it down. But it's definitely.
I mean, it was habitable enough for them to go back in.
Because when my house, after everything happened in my house that happened, and then it took about 6 months before they caught the person who committed the crime. So they initially thought that not only the girl that was like shot in my house was a target, but they had deemed myself and another person as well to be the targets. So we had to kind of go into like witness protection basically and hide out until they caught this person. Then when they caught, the house was preserved though. That's what's crazy. So the crime scene stayed preserved until the person was caught and until that person's trial.
Right.
For in case jury wanted walkthrough.
And that's how it should be on any crime like that. Any crime like that, that should be a viable. It should be there for them to be able to do. That's why this is so insane to me that they took this house down like this. And it always has been, because regardless of whether or not you got 3D models or whatever you have, it's not the crime scene. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
the thing
I
that
mean, you can.
struck
I
me
mean,
is
there's
that
the VR
Anne
and
was
stuff,
like,
but if
"Yeah, we don't need it."
you're married to a chick in VR, you know, is it the same as being married to a chick in real life? No. Like when you're in an eerie, you know, when you're in an eerie empty house, okay, and you know, I don't think it would go in the prosecution's way at all. But the echoes in that home, you know, how can you recreate the echoes on VR? You know, what are they going to do? Like test the decibels and all that kind of shit? Like that's crazy. Why
The
go
only
through all that work
I
rather
agree.
than just,
the only
you know,
bad
letting it
thing is
stand?
they've done, you know, took out wall pieces and, you know, let's say there's carpet, I don't know, but furniture, walls,
That's
or
crazy though.
section of walls, they've took that out. So that's going to change the sound in the home, even if it was still standing. That's the only bad part. But I do agree. I think DM, there's no way she didn't hear anything. If they would have left the house completely the way it was, I still say she would have heard everything.
Well, it was going to be different regardless, because they removed furniture and all
Yeah,
that.
yeah, that's what I'm
So,
saying.
you know, the sound is going to change, but you're still going to have the effect of it. And it's going
Oh,
to be able, you know, when the jury walks into that house, they're standing inside where this all took place. They're going to get a feel for who was in there. They're going to stand inside Dylan's room and Bethany's room and see how they hear things different places above. You know, if there's
Yeah.
you go into Maddie's room and stomp on the floor and stuff like that. You can't do that now.
No.
You know what I mean?
And
Yeah.
let's say, you know, I know Ann didn't fight the house coming down, but let's say that a jury hypothetically did go through the house. Who are they going to imagine being in there? The defendant, right?
Right.
So that's why I probably, in my opinion, Ann was like not fighting that as much.
Well, what I would ask the jury to do is one by one, okay, go into that home, and they don't know who's behind they don't know who's in any of the rooms, nothing. And they have to go and find each of these rooms in a certain amount of time and get out of there in a certain amount of time, and see how many of them can execute that. If Brian truly didn't even know any of these individuals and didn't know who was behind each door, because Brian had to know who was behind each of the doors that he opened, unless they were already open, obviously, to do this. And he knew he had no. If he just decided not to open Dylan's room for 3 times, he passed it.
Yeah.
Then that means whoever did this was there for these specific people. And that's why I don't think it was a cartel. That's why I never ever once thought it was a cartel, because the cartel usually wipes out everybody.
Yeah,
From the ground
And
up.
they wouldn't have done it with a knife. They'd have went in with a gun.
Yeah.
Bing bang boom, they're out.
Yeah, they're
Well,
gone.
the only time the cartel doesn't wipe out everybody is if someone in the house is involved in letting them in.
Yeah.
Well, right. And again, I can't imagine them using a knife, okay, or a stabbing scenario.
No.
It takes too much time, okay? That's why I've never understood or agreed with that.
Yeah, no, this was absolutely very personal. I mean, that's why knives were chosen. You know. But you have to remember though too, like even all the bullshit misinformation that's come out, like for instance, Ethan blocking the door. That's bullshit. It's 100% bullshit, and you know it's bullshit when you read Officer Smith's account as the first responding officer. When he arrived and got to the top of the stairs on the 2nd floor, he found a deceased female in the doorway of the bedroom and the male deceased on the bed. So Ethan was not blocking the door. And if Ethan was blocking the door, then that means whoever opened his door moved the bodies and put his body in the bed.
Yeah. Or slumped them up against it. Yeah. Yeah, that would be weird.
So one of 2 things is actually true, right? Like it can't be both. So either Hunter allegedly, this is the Banfield fucking rumor, okay, that Hunter Johnson allegedly went inside. Ethan's body was blocking the door. He had to push the door open, blah, blah, blah. That's the
why I want to look
bullshit
at that
rumor.
document again so bad. Because that's the misinformation part.
Yeah, there was nobody's body blocking a door, according to Officer Smith.
Yeah. Right. That was supposedly the reason they had to call Hunter over.
Yeah,
I
can we
don't
pull-
believe any of that.
Can we pull that document up just for a second? I don't know.
Which one?
That part where they talk about
The PCA?
Yeah, just that one part.
Hold on a minute. Let me go back
And if
to
everybody
it.
in here can just, put your touch DNA on the like button for me. We have, 150? I haven't even looked to see how many likes there are, but there's
I can't even
153
see
people in here.
comments, so sorry,
You're
I
using my
can't see
lines.
comments.
It's all good. Huh? Yeah. So we can get in the algorithm, folks. Dude, listen, I learned everything from you and fucking Dinky, man. I'll give you guys I'll give you guys the flowers, dude.
It's all good, brother. It's all good.
You know?
I was so happy when I saw that you decided to actually start going live. I was like, no fucking way.
Sorry, I'm
Willie's
going
going live. That's awesome.
Yes. Yeah, it's about time, dude. It took you long enough.
Well,
The
listen, I'm a
last time I
patient
got to
man, and I
talk to
told you I
Willie-
wanted my first because, dude, you know how many people I've had, and now I hear this guy get a clue talking about, that say that, I'm bullshitting and this, that, and the third. I wanted to wait until, I had the opportunity to speak to somebody that, isn't just me saying, oh, this person told me this person told me that, because, I haven't dox myself on here for everybody to be like, oh, okay, he's who he says he is. So I wanted to wait for my first live to be, talking or having a conversation with Rich and him backing number one what I've been saying, but also to provide more information into Brian was, because I can go live, but I want to provide some kind of substance and stuff, along the way, that because us sitting here talking about the trial, yeah, I mean, we're gonna go nuts for the next couple of years, but if I can keep getting people up here, I want to get a couple women up here that knew him, because so I can start killing all the narratives, the narrative of the incel, the narrative of the loner, all that stuff. And because that's the value I'm able to provide to this case. And that's why I wanted to wait till, all that could happen. You know what I mean? Instead of rushing it. But I don't know.
Here's what's even funnier about the whole mainstream narrative about him being an incel, right? This is where they crush their own narrative. Because they'll say he's an incel. They'll say he's this weirdo fucking creep that stalked women and shit, right? But yet in their own narrative, they also admit that a female fucking friend of his was so comfortable enough to go to him and say, hey, I think somebody's been coming in my house. Can you help me put in cameras?
Yeah, and then the 2 phone numbers he allegedly got at that party. So not one, but 2 people are giving him their number if it's what they
That's
said.
what I mean. So even in their own narrative, and that's kind of what brought my attention to this case too, like from the very beginning, was, for a long time, way before true crime, I was basically like a watchdog of like 3-letter agencies and the government and shit. You can tell pretty quickly when all of a sudden, the 4 a.m. talking points go out to the media on very specific things, and they all have the same fucking talking point, no matter what channel you go to. And I saw very quickly from the beginning that the mainstream media narrative that was being given to them was coming to them from the 3-letter agency with the FBI and the DOJ. And it was very, very hardcore. The narrative is lone stalker incel, and don't fucking report anything outside of that.
Right.
And
So
that graduation video with him next to the girl, she didn't, back away or ignore him. They were just chit-chatting.
Well, Rich, unfortunately, of course, this is, Brian's 2 best friends. One is no longer with us, and one is in jail for 6 years. Now, what Rich did tell me, though, is there was a girl, which is one of the guys, which was Brian's best friend's girlfriend at the time, who would ride around with them like basically every night. Now up there, I mean, I would do it too with my friends. We would just ride around, roll 3, 4, 16 blunts, and
fucking
just
rides, yep.
Yeah, walk in the woods. There's a Boulder Field up there, and just hang out. I mean, that's what people did. So when Rich was explaining that story, that wasn't like unnatural. Now, when the whole heroin shit got into play, that's I can't talk about that. I'm just talking about what he was speaking of. But yeah, so there was a girl in the car that would ride around with them all the time that I was unaware of, and like I know her. So I've been trying to get a hold of her because now I want to get somebody up here who's a woman, because I spoke to Rich, he's a guy, and I want a woman to come up here to give her recollection on how she remembers Brian, because men and women have two different perspectives. So
Okay, so you think if a girl and her boyfriend are gonna go pick up some guy and she's uncomfortable, do you think that boy is gonna be like, okay, I'm gonna put you in an uncomfortable position with you in a car with this guy who you don't like? You
I
think
don't
you should
know.
pick up?
Well, that's the thing. If she comes
No
up
one would
here
do
and
that.
well, that's the thing, and that's why I don't question, again, not even Rich, and like I know Rich. I don't question none of these people before they come up here, because I want it to just be raw. Even if they say Brian did something crazy, I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes it way more organic and makes
Yeah.
it real. You know what I mean?
So I just want to put an end.
Yeah.
Personally, can y'all hear me? I don't know if I'm muted.
Oh
Yeah.
my God,
Yeah, you're
it's
good.
Clue.
Yeah,
You better
what's up?
stop.
What's up,
Is
Clue?
that Clue?
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Fucking love this lady, y'all.
We all do.
Well, thank
That
you.
document's backstage, Willie.
Oh, so he's backstage.
No, that document's backstage, but let
Oh,
Clue go ahead and say
sorry.
what
Go
I
ahead,
just
Clue.
Go
want
off,
to put in.
Clue. Pop off.
I just want to put an end to the possibility that he was stalking any of the victims, because the police in their lovely PCA kind of tell you that's bullshit. The first time he travels to Moscow, allegedly that night, is 3 o'clock in the morning. How you gonna plan to kill somebody and you don't even know if they're fucking home?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Good point.
That's what I was
Exactly.
saying earlier, and about the stalking. Everyone heard, he wasn't stalking, right? Well, you go on Reddit and they're like, well, the legal definition of stalking is, the victims have to know about it. Okay, I get that, but they're trying to make, even if something comes out in his favor, they can't accept it. They still have to be like, well, this is the, you know what I'm saying?
No,
That's
yeah,
been
it's like talking to a wall. That's why I said I can't. I'll have a debate with somebody that thinks he's guilty, that's open-minded, but I can't
Yeah.
have a debate with somebody that's just he's guilty. You can't tell me nothing, like, because that's not, because I'm still like, if I have a debate with somebody who thinks he's guilty and they prove a valid point, I'll agree. I have no problem agreeing or changing my opinion on something. I've changed my opinion multiple times on things, based on information and facts. That's what I
Exactly.
need to see. Sorry.
I mean,
And
Clue's 100% on
Oh,
point
yeah.
with that, because unless there was somebody in that house that was involved with Brian
Right.
to communicate with him, that doesn't make any sense.
No,
Nope.
because you're gonna go by that night and you're gonna see whose
All those
car is
cars.
there.
Right.
You're gonna watch that, please. I would think the day you do it, because if you're not following them on social media, you're not seeing the pictures they're posting at the house. You know what I mean? So you don't even know if they're home.
Did somebody have a
But-
stalker?
So what if, and hear me out, just to throw it out there, because this is how my brain works. What if the stalking, air quote, stalking,
Leave it so.
wasn't actually of one of these victims
There you go.
or even someone in that house, but say, for instance, you're Brian, you're working out at WSU, you're also, whatever your position is, in the crime lab, you're a teacher's assistant. If you're Brian and you come across something and you want to look into it and you think you have an idea of who might be involved, and you go out to Moscow once or twice a week doing a little bit of fucking recon work, okay? Maybe his stalking wasn't necessarily of anyone in that house, but of what was going on connected to that house.
Well,
Mhm.
I do agree with that. Personally, I feel like the police gave it away in their very first, talking to the public when they
Quick.
said the house was targeted.
They did
Yeah.
say that.
Right away they said it. Now, but I think they said that to calm down because if they said it wasn't targeted, then everybody would have freaked the hell out.
Yeah, but they
Yeah.
changed it then, Willie. Think
Right.
about it.
Yeah.
Exactly. And
And
that's
I think about
fucking
it in the
weird.
sense too, like, okay, so this crime happens, your department's notified, and out of your 22-year veteran who's trained with the FBI for the last decade of his career could be your lead detective, but instead you
Mhm.
pick the 2-year rookie be your lead, and he's never even done an active homicide scene. Now,
Oh.
He's only
in the
been a
sense
detective.
that I look at it within law enforcement, you're going to have your 22-year veteran likely not very happy that this rookie is being picked over them, but you're also going to have other people in the department as well as the public. Why are you picking this rookie, right?
There were multiple, and he had only been a detective for, I can't remember exactly how long, but there were multiple people in that department that could have been put in charge of that case besides him.
Correct.
Multiple.
Well, that's kind of the point I'm getting at. So if there's all these things going on between the two campuses involving officers who abuse their power, specifically with the student body, we've had many cases at WSU specifically of officers being fired either due to raping students, sexually assaulting them in the back of their police cruiser, having sex with them in the VIP booth of the stadium, things like this. Okay. Repeatedly, multiple officers had to resign. Never mind, we're talking like the fucking chief and everything. Higher ups had to resign because they covered this shit up.
Yep.
Okay. So if you're Brian, you're there, you maybe catch wind of. So here's where I'm going with this. I'll try to fucking sum it up because I have to be like, I don't want to be cryptic, but at the same time, I can't be slanderous either, right? I
Right,
can't
I
be
get it. I
defamatory.
get it. We've been there, done that already, Annie. We know.
So, in my opinion, if he's there and he catches wind, now Brian strikes me as the kind of person, and I know everybody else is going to be like, oh, fuck that, he's a crazy fucking killer, right? Brian, though, strikes me as the kind of person where he seemed to have always looked up to the military and law enforcement from a very early age.
Right.
He seems to be the kind of person, in my opinion, that would have a huge fucking problem if he comes across and catches wind that there is a group, not just one or two bad apples, but a whole fucking group, a whole basket of bad apples that abuse their power with students, more specifically the female student body, for the purposes of sexual exploitation.
Yeah.
He strikes me as the kind of person that would not be very cool with that. I feel like he would definitely want to whistle blow on something like that.
But I think you're
if
right.
he went and tried to report it, right? If he went and tried to report it and was told, shut the fuck up and mind your business,
That's a good
maybe
point.
that would put him in a position where he would be wanting to go conduct his own kind of recon work at night.
Oh yeah, we talked about that a year ago. Annie, remember when I said that? You said it too. That the pings, the stupid ass pings that they were getting. That Brian was doing his own little investigation at different things. Okay, so that I believed that for a long time. I'll be honest with you, I have.
Part of me wonders if he was a whistleblower for
Well,
something.
I can get on board with it. The only thing I need to change just a little bit is I think after Brian got clean is when he started looking into like law enforcement, because again, according to the conversations that he would have with, his friends, he never once brought up anything as far as like wanting to be a cop or anything of that nature. So I think that happened after he got clean and saw so many of his friends arrested that maybe he wanted to, start cleaning up the streets instead of being in the streets, which would make a lot of sense
Did
as
he
well.
get clean in high school or was it after?
No, he was doing it after. No, he was
When
doing it
did he
after
work security, Willie?
because he was working
In high
at.
school, he had that
he-
quote that he literally wanted to be an Army Ranger.
Well, again,
Well,
Army.
if
I
he's,
mean, I don't know about military. I'm talking about cop. Again, I asked Rich. I said,
Well,
no, did he ever want?
unfortunately, they go hand in hand because our law enforcement is basically militarized anyway. Our law enforcement is trained by ex-special operators. That's who
Again,
trains our
I'm
law
just saying.
enforcement now.
I'm just going by what Rich told me when they would drive around at night and shit like that. That Brian never brought up wanting to be a cop because they were always basically, trying to get away from the cops, like
But if
not be seen by the cops because they were, doing dope at one point. But so that's why I find it more, like just again, we all have our own opinions. I just think maybe he got clean and then he was like, hey, I want to clean up the streets and take people off the streets because he knows that, he probably saw people arrested and then they go to rehab and they get clean. So maybe he wanted to like make a difference because he went through, the life of being on a street and being an addict. Because I mean, this is 3 people now I spoke to personally that said that he loved heroin. Like he loved heroin, but he didn't do it for 5-6 years. He did it for like a year and a half, maybe 2 years, and then got absolutely squeaky clean, cut everybody off, and then moved away. But he didn't really move away because he's still.
Whether or not Brian actually did the Ranger Cadet program.
Say that again.
Do you know? Maybe Rich knows. I don't know if you could ask him or if he told you. Did Brian actually do the Ranger Cadet program?
Well, would that be something he would? That'd be something he'd do in high school, correct?
Right. That's what I mean.
Thing,
so I could. So say that again, Diggo.
Isn't it like an ROTC program from high school?
Yeah. You could sign up. Yeah, I remember in the lunch cafeteria they would come, and I think you could sign up for it and shit like that. I could mention that to Ashley. She's going through something. She just got cancer taken out of her foot, but I'm still trying to get her up. Hopefully next week or two, because not only was she a security guard as well at Pleasant Valley High School, but she was also in the military. So I'm curious that if she went. Because she must have went through that program as well. So I'm curious if Brian was in that program when she was in that program.
I'd like to know if he actually did it and
so
then completed it.
So I can ask her. Do
you guys remember when he worked security?
Yeah, it was the article when. And I want everybody to know, remember this, because if anybody else says, "Oh, it's not proven yet," yes, it is. Brian 100% was involved with saving somebody's life. It's in an article, and his name is mentioned in the Pocono Record. Okay, so, and that was in 2018.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he was so in 2018, I believe it was June, maybe I believe it was June or August. At that point, he was still employed.
The assistant principal, right? That suffered like a heart attack or something at the school.
Yeah. Now he wasn't obviously, he wasn't, because his picture's not there. It's another guy who I guess was first in the scene. But Brian was the one who ran and got the defibrillator. I say it right?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
But still, to me, that doesn't give the characteristic of a cold-blooded killer. That in 2018, that's 6 years ago. So that's not when he was a kid. You know what I mean? But yeah, so that was in 2018. But then he got, and this was the other rumor we had to kill, which was he got fired for using his job to stalk women, and it turns out that's, I believe, 11. And maybe Twizzle can help me with this. 11 or 17 people were let go at one time from Pleasant Valley School District, including the old football coach that was coached when I was in high school.
I think it was 17.
Did they prove that?
Say it again?
Did they prove that?
Well, there's an article. Well, yeah. So I'm saying is when I had a debate with Daniel, he brought that up and said that he had inside information that he was doing as a security officer. But then when we looked, I mean, there's an article saying that naming all the people that were let go, and one of them was Brian, and they were let go as far as for budget purposes, not because he was doing anything nefarious.
Exactly.
Just to let everybody know that.
Right.
I have a question. So going back to what Annie was saying about recon, he was reconning the house. I know that's just a theory, but so if that theory was true, then that puts him
I
at
don't think he was
the house.
reconning the house. I
Then what
think
did you
he was
say?
doing recon work on somebody else that was going to that house.
So you're not saying that he was nowhere near that house, right?
Or no,
On the night of the
no. She's
on the
saying
night
that
of
he
the
was.
murder.
No, or in general. That's so I'm trying to figure out what I was hearing.
Oh no, we
Sorry.
know he was near the house because he was pulled over by Corporal Duke, and
I'm
they won't
talking about,
release
like,
the body cam for that.
like,
And that
in
was
front
right
of
near
it.
the house in Moscow.
Yeah, they really should release that body cam. I wonder why they haven't.
Wait, of
So we
what?
know he's been near the house. Him being near the house isn't the problem.
No, I'm talking about like in front of it, like just on that street it's on.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't believe that. No,
Okay.
no, I don't believe he'd be stupid enough to go pull right up in front of the house. No.
Or okay.
You don't believe he's stupid enough to just pull up, stop, and then pull off, and then K-turn and all kinds of shit?
No.
Right.
Because that's what they said.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. I think that they have a white sedan. They probably
Exactly.
do have a white sedan on camera, but that's about it.
But I think Brian was unlucky because I think when they looked at all the people in the area, okay, I'm sure not a lot of people drive down where he drove at that point and lost the connection as bad as he did. So maybe they just compared all the people from this time to that time that were active and then all of a sudden disconnected from the towers, and his name was on a list. He drives a white sedan, like you said. They have a white sedan on camera. Bang, that's your guy. He's a criminology TA.
Yeah, but here's the thing. So once the investigation actually started, once they did the cell tower dump, right? So they do the cell tower dump. We know, obviously, because of the way the towers are in Moscow, specifically, it's, very rural and stuff. There's going to be hundreds of people on that tower between the hours of, say, 2 and 5 a.m. Right? It's not only going to be in that cell tower dump, just the people inside that house.
Right.
Okay. So when they first conducted this and they started doing cell tower dumps and they started, pulling phones and things like that, because they did the forensic downloads of Bethany and Dylan's phones like right away. So all of this is going on. They're going to know very quickly, the very moment that they start looking into Brian and they look into the cell tower records along with his phone data. Now, technically, they don't need his phone to get his phone data. They do need a warrant for his phone data. The first warrant for Brian's phone data isn't until long after he's arrested.
What?
Okay? If you go and look at the warrants, go look when the first warrant for the AT&T 8458 cell phone is applied for.
Yeah, well,
I think it's not until like the end of January.
Right.
So that means that they. Wow. See, I thought that they.
Hear me out. So where are you going with this?
Just one second, because Twiz is trying to get up. I just need to say something to him. Twiz, it's showing a picture of a camera with a slash through it, and it won't let you up for some reason. But I can let Frankie up. I'm gonna let Frankie up right now, but it won't let you up for some reason, Twiz.
It's saying that his camera's not hooked up, is what it says.
Oh, okay. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's okay. I'm so sorry. I did. My volume is all messed up. I didn't even.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Go ahead.
So, I guess what I was trying to say was, in the beginning, when they first started looking into Brian, they would have already seen on their cell tower dump, right, that his phone is not there. They would have known that. Now knowing what we know from this statement from Cy Ray, Brian's in the total opposite direction of the home in the time that they're allegedly looking, the time frame for the cell tower, right? Trying to see who pops up and whatever. They're going with this 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. time frame, or 3 to 5. So they knew right away from the very moment they looked into his cell records, he was nowhere near this house between the 2 to 5 a.m. time frame. They already knew that. And then when they get the warrant for his phone finally returned,
Oh,
they
no.
know
That's why
then.
Ann is saying, what is the, how did you get to my client?
So it's,
Can
which is
I
Frankie.
And this
pause
is
the
why I
story
think they
real
have
quick?
to bury
Sorry.
certain
Oh, shit.
aspects of the cast report, because there are certain aspects of the cast report that are exculpatory, which is exactly why they don't want to turn them over.
Exactly. That's the only reason why you wouldn't turn it over after the 15th or 16th time. Frankie, 1 second, my man. I'm going to try to figure something out. What's up, Twiz?
Hey, Annie, I got a question.
Hi.
Where were you on the night of November 12th and November 13th, 2022?
I was on the East Coast, where I always am.
Okay. You have just so much knowledge, you know?
Oh, no, she don't fuck around, dude.
He always has.
But
No,
who wants
Oh,
to
well, that's
see
just
the
because I'm a nerd. I'm a
who wants to
nerd.
see the cell tower map of which tower I believe Brian Koberger would have connected to?
I do.
Yeah.
But Dago's going to read over something real quick.
Oh, yeah,
Hey,
yeah, yeah.
I'll pull it up.
Oh.
You could do it.
Yeah. What do you
Bring it
want
up.
me to read again? Which
I
part?
think, is this what you wanted?
The
Dago?
part where, it was describing, I know, and
What's going on with
Susan said the
Frankie?
same thing. They've already,
We're
opened the
looking
doors
for
to the crime
Officer
scene.
Smith's
So,
account of how he found Ethan and Xana when he arrived on the second floor of
and
the
like me
King
and
Road.
Trish said, they've already came in, looked, opened doors to get to the victims. So
Right.
you got to take that part into account.
I'll tell you
Right.
exactly what happened right here.
Turn my
Who
stuff.
opened doors, though?
Okay.
Who
Well,
opened,
how do you think
I'm
they found the
confused.
dead
Who
bodies?
opened doors?
Exactly.
How,
My
how do you think they
assumption would
found the dead
be-
bodies?
Right.
All right,
It
guys.
would be
One at a time.
Police, but hear me out. If we're saying that the police pushed open Xana's bedroom door and moved Ethan's body to the bed, is that what we're saying?
No,
I mean,
we were going to see where
obviously-
he was, where it said he was in the bed. That's what I was wanting to see, at least.
It doesn't say
It's
that.
It's in Officer Smith's account. He located a deceased female in the doorway of the bedroom on the second floor and a deceased male in the bed.
That's the part I was wanting to see, where it said he was in the bed, but I thought it said from the doorway we
It
could see a
does.
deceased.
It doesn't. It never says that anyone's in the doorway. It
Thank you,
says
Doc.
from the doorway. As I was
Mhm.
approaching the room, I could see a female
Yeah,
lying
from
on
the doorway.
floor. Right. So
Right.
it,
So Xana's on the floor and Ethan, the male, is in the bed.
No.
well, we
Yeah, where does
we
it
don't
say
know
he was in
that.
the
That's not
bed?
how that's not how it is. This is what
No.
happened,
That's how
okay?
it-
According
I
to the
think he's on
story,
the floor too.
I do too.
according to the story, Hunter Johnson opened the door, saw the dead bodies, and they called 911, correct?
Right.
That's
Right.
Yeah, but I'm talking about what Officer Smith's account is. I'm not talking about like Ashley Banfield.
Yes, Andrew.
Okay, I'm telling you what it says in the PCA.
That's where I was wanting to say, if
The
y'all could pull it
probable
up and let's
cause
look at that part.
affidavit says that Hunter Johnson opened the door.
No,
No,
it
I'm
doesn't.
telling you what happened according to the PCA. The story checks out. You have to look at the map of the room. The door opens up to the left. There's a wall on the left side of that door.
Yeah, I know that. Yep.
So when the door opens to the left, you can see to the right of the door. They saw a female body, right?
From the door. From the doorway.
From the doorway. Ethan's body would have been behind the door because they had to push it open.
Right.
Ethan was behind the door.
Exactly.
So then who put his body in the bed?
I've never seen his body was in the bed.
I've never
so
I
heard
haven't
about
either.
it.
That's what I was wanting to see since,
It's in there.
It
It's
does-
definitely in there. It's in Officer Smith's account of what he saw when he
So you're
arrived
saying-
to the second
I've
floor.
never seen that
I
anywhere
haven't
in this
either.
PCA that he's in the
It's in
bed
there.
ever.
That's
Really?
what I was saying.
Deceased male. It says deceased male in the bed.
No, he says as I walked in the room, I also saw
They
a
have all of
deceased
Ethan's
male
redacted.
later.
Not
later
only
It's
that,
okay.
in
not
the
only
It's
that,
okay.
the,
We have
the
the
bed is to the
PCA.
right of the doorway.
That's what I
All
said.
right, well,
Can we read
here.
it?
Here, let me read this real quick, okay, and then we'll go backwards from it. So
Yeah.
it says, OFC Smith and I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building. OFC Smith and I walked upstairs to the second floor. OFC Smith directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned through Xana's driver's license and other belongings found in the room was Xana Kernoodle's bedroom. Hereafter, Kernoodle's, anyway. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I laying on the floor, Kernoodle was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Also in the room was a male, later identified as Ethan Chapin. Hereafter, Chapin was also deceased with wounds later determined. Autopsy report, all that. I followed OFC upstairs. Okay, so that's where it stops right there. It doesn't say.
No, that's Payne's account, though. That's Payne's walkthrough. I'm
Well,
talking
then where do you
about
see
Officer
his?
Smith.
Where do you know where that is, Annie? Where we can get that portion
It's
of that?
probably fucking redacted, like the rest of this shit. They went and fucking sealed it because I'm telling you right
It should
now,
still
officers.
be out there.
I have anybody who knows me regarding this case
I
knows
know.
for a fact that I
I know.
memorize these fucking documents. And I'm
Yes.
telling you right now, I'm not talking about Payne's
Love it, Annie.
affidavit of his walkthrough with Officer Smith. I am talking about Officer Smith's.
Yeah,
I do
actual
remember there being
statement and
another.
account.
I do remember there being another document that we read like a year ago. More than a year ago.
Officer Smith
Is that the
swear there was
PA?
another
statement.
document. Say that again.
Officer Smith's sworn statement was that when he arrived to the second floor of the home, he could see a deceased female on the floor and a deceased male in the bed. 100%.
I'm not saying you're wrong. It's just not in the
zero reason
PCA.
to just add that in.
So that would mean Ethan is sleeping at the time, or
I
attacked
just-
on the bed.
Until I don't know. I don't see it. I want to see it.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I remember reading another document
Yeah.
that was another officer's statement.
It's exactly. It was the first responding officer's statement.
That was Smith, right? I remember that.
Smith.
I can't remember where the hell we
Because
got
it
the
was
document
Smith,
from.
It was Smith, Nunez,
A
and Gunderson.
couple people said they
were
have
the
too.
first three responding officers. Smith was the officer to go inside.
Right.
Lana has it.
Mm-hmm.
Who does?
Saw it.
Yeah,
Lana.
Lana has the original.
I'm sure
Lana.
she
Because
does.
prints,
I don't
she
know.
prints it off as soon as it fucking comes in. She prints it in case they go back and seal it.
We'll find it. We'll find it.
I'm just saying. I promise that what I read, Officer Smith's original statement of what he observed when he first arrived on scene was that the female on the second floor was located. She was he could see her from when he arrived at like the top of the stairs. You go to the right towards Xana's bedroom. Past
Here,
the
I'm gonna go
goodbye
see if I
sign,
can find it.
bathroom is on the left. Xana's door is in front of you. He
Okay.
observed a deceased female on the floor and a deceased male in the bed.
Hey,
So,
Annie, I
if-
have a question.
Page 1 of the PCA.
If the account of Hunter Johnson was called there, had to open the door and move
Unreal,
Ethan,
Heidi.
then that would mean Ethan's body was moved to the bed.
And contaminated.
I understand.
Well, the whole crime scene was contaminated. That was,
Yeah, I'm saying if he's touching the body.
Right.
Somebody got a little echo.
Who is it? Is it me?
I gotta figure out who.
Remove that comment from the screen.
Oh.
No, remove it. There you go. Talk again.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Oh, it's
Hello.
gone, I think.
All right, cool. We're good. So some comments can give you a little bit of static.
No, it just covered up my my picture, so I couldn't see if it was me. But I have a headset and a mic on, so I don't know how I could. But
Everybody sounds. It might have just been for a little bit. So I'm curious now. So wow.
Annie,
I'm
can I
gonna
ask you
look
a
it
quick
up.
question.
Yeah, go for it.
Have you ever heard of traffic cams that only record you going north?
No.
Yeah, yes, ones that are altered.
Because if we read the PCA, it shows how Brian got back. There's 5 cameras between 5:25 and
Hey,
like
Jules.
5:30 of him coming back, but they just leave out the most important cams if he was to turn towards Moscow.
Well, that's what I mean. It seems like from the very beginning, this was
He flew over him, dude.
formulated.
Well, you know, I've got this crazy theory that
Harry
Brian
Potter car.
Kohberger was going down to Wawa Park to learn how to channel Ted Bundy, and he learned how to teleport.
Well, I've been saying that from the beginning. When I read the PCA and it was talking about like how he got from Northeast Stadium Way to Indian Hills in like, it's like a 7-minute drive, but he made it there in like 2 minutes. I was like,
2.5
okay,
minutes.
so he's fucking John Wick and he can teleport. Okay.
Well,
awesome.
he can. It's more than that, right? He can teleport and his car can go invisible.
No, you guys are all wrong. You guys, Brian had control of the Matrix, okay?
Yeah.
That's how all this happened. Period.
And I'm not even trying to make light of it. It's just the
No.
way that they describe how this crime occurred.
Thank you.
You are expecting the public to believe that not only is this person highly skilled, highly trained, a criminal fucking mastermind, but he also drove his bright white car, took his own cell phone, and cuts himself fucking shaving in prison. Like, give me a break.
And left the sheath.
He couldn't fillet a fish.
Didn't have the sheath on a belt.
He made sure that he left that scene completely spotlessly clean with 0 DNA on him, too.
Except the sheath.
Well, he can't be perfect.
But then went back at 9 a.m. and saw no cops there and didn't just walk in and get it.
I'd also just like to point out something.
Wondered if what they did, because when ISP ran the sheath and it didn't come back with anything, I always wondered if what they did was call them in for questioning, not an interrogation, not a detainment.
What's up with that, Heather?
They brought him in as like a, hey, we kind of need your help. And then that's how they got his DNA. Personally, I think if his DNA was planted, that's probably how they did it, is they guised a meeting with him and pretended like they were bringing him in for help. And in actuality, it was just to obtain the DNA.
Yeah.
Hey, Jules. What's up, Jules? Yeah, that's a good point, Annie.
When I knew of Brian, I could I could have beat his ass with one hand behind my back. So like, I don't know where he might have learned all these skills and shit, but all this, you know, fabrication. He was a boxer and all this kind of stuff. There was one boxing gym.
Hold on, Willie, I got it. Jules is in here. Jules, do you have the
Officer Smith, PCA?
Yeah, Officer Smith's statement from when they put out the PCA and all that stuff. Do you remember that stuff way back when? Do you have that document by chance still?
Yes, Jules, not Payne's account of his walkthrough with Officer Smith, the original Officer Smith statement.
I think of anybody in here that would have it, she probably would, because she had everything back then with this stuff.
Yeah, see, I don't have the time to every single time a doc drops to go print it off and like add it to a folder. Because that's absurd. I'm not Brian's lawyer. That's what his lawyer should be doing. But it is a good idea for people who do that, because they go back and then they seal shit and then you can't get it.
Hey,
and I haven't seen that document in a long time either, so I don't know.
I want to say it came out beginning of January. It was before the probable cause, when the probable cause affidavit dropped. Oh wait, you know where it is? I think it's with the original fucking search warrant for Brian's apartment.
Okay.
I have
Really,
that.
while he's looking for that, share my screen.
All right, 1 second.
Andy, do you remember when that dropped?
Frankie,
I want to say it was like end of December, beginning of January, because it was one of the first things that dropped as far as like we could get an account of what a officer saw when they arrived.
Okay. All right, I'm looking in the documents now to see if Jules doesn't have it, then
I
She's
know
probably-
I'm not crazy. I know
What do you
for a
got there,
fact
Twiz?
it's a real doc. It exists. I read it many fucking times.
Who wants to see little Twizzler prove first time on YouTube, I believe, that Ted Bundy did not drop his first body in Wobowai Park, and Brian Koberger couldn't have gone down there to, be with Ted Bundy or whatever.
Okay.
Because
What do you
here,
got?
if you look at the screen, it says the crime happened back in July of 1971. Now, as I am not a genius, I believe that 1971 actually happened before 1979, when the park was created. I'm no genius.
Got him again.
And while you have me up, I'll just show this map.
Show
Wawawai
'em.
Park is here. You drive up along this way. I connect to cell service right here, so I don't know what tower I connect to because this is the closest tower I can find.
Can you
But
zoom in at all?
Yes.
There's a way.
Document's not going to be in here. Damn it.
There you go.
But anyways, while you're driving along this road, I connect to service right here. This is the closest tower, but it also covers south of Moscow, near Blaine, north of Genesee. In the PCA, page 13, it says Brian Koberger connected to a tower that covers south of Moscow, near Blaine, north of Genesee. Could this be the tower that he connected to from Wawawai Park? I think so.
Yeah.
Is it
Yeah.
an AT&T tower?
It
Or
is an
Verizon?
AT&T tower.
Do you guys remember? So I think it was back over the summer. Maybe Clue will remember this too.
Damn.
I think it was back over the summer. There was a warrant that came out. It was a couple of warrants that had come out for new cell phones, and it was 3 cell phones.
Mm-hmm.
The numbers were redacted, but I believe they were all AT&T.
Yeah.
Yeah, it came out in June.
Yeah. And it was funny because when I was fucking it, here's the crazy thing. So when I saw that new warrant, it immediately made me think, because I had always suspected that the reason that, so at the same time that they allege Brian's phone is leaving Pullman, within just a few minutes of that is the exact same time that Kaylee is making the last phone calls from Maddie's phone to Jack, and then both of the phones stop. And no calls
247.
or texts are accounted for after that. And I
247.
always believed that they were using burners. And I've always believed that that's why all 3 phones appear to be, we'll say, no longer being utilized, right? Around the same time frame. And I always wondered if they used burners. But, you know, now that we know Brian wasn't anywhere near it and blah, 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 it's looking more and more like he had actually nothing to do with the victims and he wasn't anywhere near the place. I'm wondering the 3, they're all AT&T. And I'm wondering if they're for burner phones.
2:47 a.m.
247 is when Brian's phone supposedly disconnects from the
network,
cell phone
right?
service. The problem with that is he's still on Nevada Street at that time. I personally think he walked into a brick building on campus.
Yeah.
But
Well,
as they keep on
247,
leaving
so
out,
247, his phone is no longer connected. And then by 252, Kaylee and Maddie's phones both stop being utilized at the same time.
and
They were
that's
saying
exactly
that
when
was-
he's heading south on Nevada Street in Pullman, Washington.
Southeast of, south through Pullman. This is consistent with the movement of the. Okay, no, that's right. I can't find that document. Does anybody else? Clue, did you say you have that one?
That one for his apartment.
Yeah, the warrant for that one. Sorry,
Yeah.
I can't find it. I don't know what the hell happened to mine, but I can't find that either.
So they came out with something. So they came out with some kind of document, and now they redacted it.
I don't
Well,
know.
they do
saying?
that a lot.
It
So,
might
like,
be in
if
that.
you go, if you go
That's
to
what
the
I'm looking
cases of
for.
interest website, right, you can click on case summary. And when you click on case summary, it's going to show you every doc that's been filed in the case. And
Yeah.
there are certain docs that you can see there that are not listed for us to click on to be able to view in PDF form, print, whatever the case may be, because they'll go back and seal those documents.
Yeah, I'll show you what you're talking about right
So
here.
after they enacted the gag order, there was a bunch of documents that they went back and sealed.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, if you look at all this stuff here, this is in
Okay, I got you.
in the top when you first click into it. See all this stuff here?
Yeah.
Everything here redacted.
Oh wow.
There's so much of it like that was there, but now it's gone because
now it's not. Right.
Yeah.
I promise. With
Please
like
show me this.
99.999% accuracy, there is a statement from Officer Smith of his account of what he saw. And what he saw was a female on the floor and a male in the bed. Big facts.
Damn.
Big facts in the chat. Let's do it.
Well,
start.
I
I would
mean,
have zero
hold
But
on,
now
reason
my
hold
to
on.
question
add
is,
anything like that.
if that's the case, what does that?
Yeah, like I'm trying to figure out. That doesn't mean somebody moved him.
Well,
No, it just
it's
means
the
that
problem is that
Hunter,
there's
it
two
just
different
means that Hunter
stories.
Johnson never actually had to fucking push the door open is the point I was
But
getting
who
at.
said? But
Right.
didn't that come from Steve?
No.
No, it
Christy.
came from fucking Ashley
I'm sorry.
Mayfield and one of her
I'm
fucking
sorry, Chris.
sources.
No, it
I'm
came
sorry.
from Christy on
Okay,
Drunk
so-
Turkey.
Yeah,
Daniel,
I'm sorry, Chris.
No, I'm sorry. I can't go with that. Until Hunter Johnson comes out and does an interview and says he had to do that, I won't believe that.
Oh, I've never believed it. Right.
Like, no.
I remember watching a Banfield thing where she talks about Ethan's best friend was called over to the house. He had to fucking push the door open and he took the pulse of Ethan.
Right.
Damn, Tucker. That's wild. Then.
So, and I
That
always,
changes
after I
things.
heard that too, I said, huh, so maybe one of those unknown male DNAs that they found, if Hunter Johnson went in and fucking took a pulse, I'm sorry, but like crime fucking, crime investigation 101, somebody goes in and touches a body. Usually that person's probably gonna be like on the suspect list. They're not gonna be cleared very quickly.
Exactly.
In my opinion.
Well, that's why I keep saying like I can make probably a better case for this to be Hunter as far as evidence goes rather than Brian. I mean, if we're just going to go by circumstantial evidence and DNA, I mean, there's a little bit of touch DNA from Brian on a snap. They're saying that doesn't put him in the house. How much DNA of Hunter is in the house? So, and that's why I don't see how Ann's not going to be able to paint reasonable doubt, not just for that aspect, but then you have two DNAs. And what I would bring up is that person that we see on if the Linda Lane footage is legit, who we see running across the parking lot in the Linda Lane footage. So there's so many different people that she's gonna be able to show. It's gonna be wild.
But
It's gonna be insane.
She shouldn't attempt in this situation, in my opinion. I think presenting an alternative is a waste of time and reckless.
Yeah, I agree.
So her bringing up the.
Oh shit!
I think
Is that
looking
Yep.
looking at the PCA and the facts that what they present as facts and what they can support, they're nowhere near close. They can't support any of the facts that they claim beyond a reasonable doubt. Everything they accuse him of in that PCA, it's damn near all 100% already been disputed and almost proven to be inaccurate.
And what did that defense attorney say we watched that day? Most defense attorneys make a mistake when they try to come up with an alternative theory as to what happened. And instead of just sticking to forcing and finding reasonable doubt.
And at the end of the day, if she wants to present an alternative, the most logical alternative to present is going to be the eyewitness.
Yeah.
Because she was in the home. There was another witness, allegedly witness, however you want to term Bethany. She's in the home. So you have two people in proximity that it's already pretty much been defined. They did not get looked into. They found a sheath. They assumed a male. They found a male and they built the case around that male.
Mm-hmm.
That would be the smart alternative to present, because it's hard for them to fight back to that because they didn't do their job on Dylan and Bethany. They may not. That's not to accuse them, but that's just saying, in terms of creating reasonable doubt, that would be the smartest approach.
Yeah. I'm saying as a collective. I'm just saying, like, as a collective, like, them having a party the night before and somebody possibly leaving the sheath there, the night before, that could have been from the university where Brian worked at, and Brian might have touched something that person touched and left it at the party that night. You know what I mean? Like, that right there, is a possibility because it's transferred DNA. So.
But without,
I'm just saying, as like a bringing up the sources of DNA that were, I mean, they were tested, but they weren't looked into. Like, I guess his was looked into because they only had, I forget the amount of cells that I don't know if it was Draw or somebody said that they had it, but it was very pictogram. Am I saying that right?
Yeah.
Pictograms of yeah, but yet,
but at the end of the day, the sheath wasn't the weapon used. Whether his DNA is on that sheath or not doesn't make two shits if they can't put him at that house. And they've already said in their own PCA.
Well, sheath can't kill anybody as well. So
yeah, well, in my opinion, I believe that sheath didn't get there until after. I'll say it. I don't even give a shit.
After Ali arrived?
I believe Payne is the person who planted that sheet. 100.
It makes sense.
I'll say it. I don't give a shit.
I don't care if
he wrote the PCA.
It's 100% his DNA on that sheath. I'll give him that. Show me how he got there.
Right.
Yeah. No.
Every single intersection he could take to get to Moscow, they don't have him on camera. How did he get there? Unless he went all the way south and around, but then they would have him on camera heading south. They don't say that. It's bullshit.
Well, and it may not be. Look, at the end of the day, this is how it is. He may very well be the guy, but the problem is they rushed and fucked up the investigation because they were trying to meet a damn deadline, and they
arrested them. They arrested them first, and then
they had a
looked
great
at everything.
investigative theory in that PCA, but they did not have a probable cause. They had probable.
But they already
suspicion.
they would have known right away that it wasn't him the very moment that they got his name and saw that he was not on, that his cell was somewhere else.
Exactly. That's what I can't understand is if this, if Cy Ray can put him over here. Yeah. So if they would have known that, why still pursue him? And I think
they didn't have his phone on when they issued that PCA.
But they can't track that with just his number.
Well, when they make the claim that his phone stopped reporting to the network between this
Cy Ray doesn't have his phone either.
No, but Cy Ray should by now, I would imagine, have all the information from his phone.
Right? Cy Ray is going to testify that his phone actually was not disconnected from the network, which is how Cy Ray knows he was nowhere near there and can prove he was fucking
Well, I mean, that very well may be, but my point is they didn't know when they issued the PCA where he was, or they're lying in their PCA by saying that his phone disconnected from the network. One of the two.
Yeah,
right.
It would be really stupid for them to put in the PCA his phone disconnected from the network if they truly knew where he was at. Because it's easily disputable.
And if he comes out and says that Brian was stargazing, taking pictures of this and that and everything else, and there's timestamps on pictures that were taken and they're in that phone.
Yep.
Oh boy. That's all I got to say. Because if there's a timestamp on there for the time that Brian's over in Wacky Woo, whatever the fuck that park's called, and it shows a picture, and it's got that timestamp, what are you going to do now, guys? What's going to happen?
Even if there's pictures around that park around that time in the past, I'm going to be suspicious. Even if there's pictures 2, 3, 4 days beforehand around 3, 4 something in the morning, then I mean, how can you not believe that? If an expert's saying that he was over there and he has pictures over there around, these certain times, did he do that just to throw everybody off? Come on.
Who wants to hear a funny story?
Hold on.
Hold on a second. What did you say, Annie?
Yeah.
This is the thing I don't understand. Okay, so we have a probable cause affidavit, a statement from Corporal Brett Payne. And in that statement, he is stating that he consulted with FBI cast and that he determined that Brian's phone, right, was allegedly at points A, B, C, D, and E. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, hear me out. If that's true and Payne consulted with FBI cast and was able to determine that Brian's phone was all over the fucking place, okay, then there is no way that Payne wouldn't have known immediately Brian's phone was actually west and at the park. He would have known that when he filed this probable cause affidavit.
Nope, that's not true.
Right.
How would he not have known that?
Because they can't triangulate the phone. There's only one tower. All you can do is see the distance from the tower.
That's why the tip had to come from the FBI.
That's why he said that he's in or south
Makes
of
sense.
Moscow, because the distance
That
from
doesn't
the
make sense,
tower is the
actually.
same.
Well, I'm still looking for the Smith statement, and I see the PCA for Dawn Daniels and Dustin Blaker. The one for Dustin Blaker says Smith and I.
Real deep.
Yeah, he doesn't say anything about a bed. No, I'm just trying to get the facts, and I've read this a million times, and I'm trying to find it. But Dustin Blaker doesn't mention a bed. Payne doesn't mention a bed.
Where'd you find that at?
Reddit.
Nope, it's in
Okay.
Officer Smith's statement.
Do you have the document?
Yeah.
I can bring it up here.
Okay, Okay, I'm on my son's phone, so let me send it.
Yeah, I'm on a phone too. That's why I have to click little icons and shit here. I need to get a laptop.
While we're waiting on
so
that.
if I'm looking at the PCA on my son's phone, but if I get if I
We got Twiz.
move on StreamYard, is it going to close it out on me?
No, I don't think so.
If you touch anything outside of StreamYard, you're gonna get bumped.
Well, hold on a second. Do you have an iPhone or do you have a Samsung?
iPhone.
I can't help you
you
there.
won't get bumped. You're good. I was sitting here playing solitaire.
Did you win?
All right, let me test it out. Okay, hold on.
If you're on I know on my Samsung when I switch out, I stay up. Yeah, she's good. What were you saying, Twiz?
I was just gonna say that when I drove down to Wowowai Park, it's all recorded on my old iPhone 6S that doesn't have a SIM card. It's not connected to any cellular service. The GPS tells me I am in Colton, Washington at Wowowai Park. So if his GPS is turned on and he has the location tracking stuff turned on, bingo bango.
That'll prove.
Data. There's something in the cast data, in my opinion, that's exculpatory. And she knows it, and Cy knows it, and that's why the state won't turn it over.
That could be it right there. Anyway,
Exactly.
That's why that last paragraph in that alibi states what it states.
And if that were the case and that came out, oh my God, that's the case is done.
There was something in the cast data Payne already knew when he filed this affidavit of probable cause. There was something in this cast data that Payne was already aware was exculpatory, and it was omitted.
Wow.
There's a lot of stuff that they omit.
Damn.
I'm telling you, they have him going south on Nevada Street towards 270, which leads to Moscow. There's a traffic camera on that intersection. Why don't you tell us he turned left towards Moscow? But on the way home, you tell us he's going north home. You have the camera going north, but not south. What the fuck is up with that?
All right, so I was using two phones. I sent it.
It's not even believable.
I'm going to take mine down.
Now we get to a point where we have Elisa Massif standing up in court stating that most of that probable cause affidavit is incorrect, right? we have the defense now alluding to specific information in what the state has presented in that probable cause affidavit. So we have these sworn statements from the lead detectives. And if Ann Taylor, Jay Logsdon, Cy Ray, Elisa Massif, Richard Batanti, if what they're doing behind the scenes is planning to take that probable cause affidavit and fucking blow it to smithereens, that would be another reason the state probably wants everything not recorded, and they don't want fucking cameras in the courtroom, and they want everything secret.
Yep.
Because you definitely don't want the public knowing that your lead detectives intentionally withheld exculpatory evidence and the state fucking assisted.
Well, hey, if we can dismantle it on YouTube without any of the actual evidence, what do you think they could do? And I'm no genius. I'm not a genius.
You put my computer together.
True. I learned how to do that on YouTube, so.
You did that over the phone, bro, so you got to have some kind of smarts.
Nah, I'm not a
The
genius.
defense has already alluded to the cast data. Is there's something missing, right? They've already alluded to the sheet being, quote, placed. They've already alluded to exculpatory information being withheld. They've already alluded to an exculpatory material witness. So from the beginning, what we do get, even though most things are sealed or redacted, we are learning that what the defense has is they are building a case which appears to show that lots of exculpatory information was buried, exculpatory witnesses were protected by the state. That is a problem. You are at that point, we have entire constitutional rights that are being violated.
Exactly.
For Brian, because if you have law enforcement colluding with the state to persecute someone in secret while they also withhold the exculpatory evidence that proves that person innocent, that is a violation of so many of their constitutional rights. That's like Supreme Court case.
Hey,
right?
if it can happen to Brian Koberger for taking night drives, guess who else it could happen to that also seems to take night drives at Wawawai Park? Hey, look at my picture. That's a photo from the moon from Wawawai Park 2 nights ago or 3 nights ago or something. I can't keep my days straight right now.
Listen, I don't know who's in my back chat with some disrespectful name like that, but you're not going to come on here starting problems with a fucking clue. So I'm going to kick you.
Willie, that's me, jackass.
Yeah, that's her.
Oh, sorry.
So I was gonna drop
I
down.
thought somebody was impersonating you.
No,
Are you gonna
I'm
bring
drop
Cletus
down on
in?
this one, and you can bring me up on that one, and I can put this on the screen.
Oh, okay. Only because like somebody came in and I banned
Yeah,
them.
no, I saw.
Okay. Okay. I thought that was just too perfect timing. See, look,
Hey,
at least you know I'm ready to fucking go off on somebody for you.
hey, I got a question for everybody. If I get arrested and framed with murder, y'all gonna stand up for me too?
Say it again.
I mean, yeah.
If I get arrested and framed for murder, will you stand up for me too?
If the facts look like if it all looks like this, absolutely. But if
You didn't do it, of course, bro.
I tell you what, if the lead detective on your case investigating you drops a probable cause affidavit that reads like fucking novella, like a fever dream, yeah, I'll back you.
Hey,
that's what we got going on here.
I'm gonna state it right here today, or the date is April 25th. It's 7:46 a.m. Currently in Pullman, Washington. I've never owned a K-bar knife.
But have you touched a sheath?
I don't think so.
That's what I love. I love when I see, and I haven't seen Riddler around, but I love when Riddler comes around because he comes up and he just says all the time how he goes to different, what do they call it? What the hell does he call them? Army Navy store? Am I saying Army Navy store? And he would he would go to where the K bars are and he would mess around with all of them and shit. And
where has he been? I haven't seen him in a long time.
Me either. I hope he's all right.
Well, here's
What's up,
hey, Dinky got me. Dinky's got my back.
Anybody ever considered? This is the other thing, right? So we have lots of social media posts with these victims and their friends constantly sporting very large knives, right? And it's
Yeah,
always
there's
funny
also
to me that everybody just believed that the killer must have like brought the knife, and I always wondered, like, how do we know that it wasn't one of the victims' knives
Exactly.
that they used for self-defense, and the killer
Sarge-
actually used their
Sarge
own
said
knife
that.
against them and took it?
Yeah, Sarge said that a year and a half ago, and he stuck with that. That he
Yeah.
swears
Yeah.
that that's the case, and I kind of had to agree with him.
Yeah.
Well, that's
It
what I
made
mean.
sense.
We don't
It
know.
made a lot of sense.
I mean, my
If the
son's
sheath
7
was
and has a knife
planted.
collection.
Well, that's what I mean. If the sheath was planted, then that would indicate that, you know, obviously the knife that was used wasn't to this sheath. Right?
Well, Annie, you are very knowledgeable. So, can you explain to me what a sharp force wound is?
Sharp force wound could be from like even
Anything.
just a sharp metal
Yeah, anything
object,
sharp.
like
A broken golf
right.
club.
Maybe a golf
You could
club that
use
was
like
found
a metal
downstairs of the
baseball
house.
bat.
A broken
You could,
golf
if
club.
it's a broken golf club.
Anything
See?
sharp.
Anything sharp and metal, like rebar, broke, like messed up rebar. You know, there's lots of things that could be considered sharp force injury.
You
But it
guys
wouldn't be
remember
like a
when
knife,
I
right? Like a K-bar wouldn't cause a sharp force injury.
a keyboard wouldn't, and I've said this a year ago too, when I showed
Okay.
the golf. You were in there, Twiz. When I showed the golf club video, I said, and Steve himself described the wounds as large puncture wounds. Okay, a puncture is like a cylindrical hole. Okay, you break a golf club in half, and it's very sharp. How easy is that to use for a weapon?
So this is kind of where I'll come in. Sharp force injuries also include stab wounds, chop wounds, slash wounds. It's
Right.
all the same.
Right.
Hatchet, like a hatchet, a machete, a bushcraft type knife could cause a sharp force
Right.
injury.
Like blunt
yeah.
force
What about
could be anything.
What about
Any
this one
weapon.
time I was playing basketball and this guy like I had my head down, this guy ducked his head, like his cheek into my head and just split it clean open. Would that be a sharp force injury?
That's a blunt force.
That's blunt force.
Right, but like the cut, it was a clean cut.
But
Wait, how did that happen again? How did that happen again?
He ducked like his cheek on the top of my head. Boom. So it was like bone on bone because it hit his cheek, but it was a clean cut. It looked like it could have been a knife.
You sure it wasn't his mouth? His teeth didn't get you?
Well, think about it.
No, it was on his cheek. His cheek got cut.
So,
I thought you said your head. I'm sorry.
No, not my head. I don't bleed.
In wrestling,
Are you kidding me?
you're punching and everything. Like when you watch UFC, they get cut from a punch, right?
Right.
So that's not a sharp force injury, but you're still cut and you're still bleeding. Like them elbow drops.
Right, and those are clean cuts.
Well,
that's what I'm saying.
Here's something that I thought was pretty funny too. So if you go and look at the is it Alpha Phi or Pi Phi? I forget which one. So there's a certain time of the year where they do this like house fucking whatever, and they hang up their house flags outside, right? And it was either Alpha Phi or Pi Phi. Their flag literally has two. They look like medieval fucking swords, hatchets, whatever you want to call them, kind of crisscrossed with their logo in the middle. I'm not even kidding you. Like, it's something. We're talking about, young adults in Idaho. These kids fucking all carry knives. A lot of the ones that are 21 and older, they carry guns. Like,
well, ever since I started going live, I got, and I don't want to call anybody else because I don't know what email it is, but I got an email of a picture of, it didn't have a face to the hand, but it was a hand holding up a K-bar knife. But the only picture I've seen is somebody holding up a machete. So if somebody has them,
the
watermelon machete house, yeah,
the Dylan thing.
That's photoshopped.
Yes.
No, that's not photoshopped.
That looked
the Dylan
clean
with
as
the
hell.
K-bar is.
No, it is because she's got a damn kitchen knife in the kitchen.
Oh, the K-bar is okay.
Right, someone took that picture and put a K-bar in her hand. It can be easily done.
I got you. I'm talking. Okay, I thought you meant the machete. Okay, but the one of her
No,
holding up.
that machete picture is absolutely very real
So
because it's from a TikTok.
yeah, so the reasonable doubt to be paid with to be pictured or painted with that means that if they owned a machete in the home, that it's not too far fetched that they owned a K-bar in the home, and they went out, lost it, and the sheath was just left at the house, and at some point Brian came in contact with that at wherever it was bought or whatever. I just wanted to make sure that K-bar picture wasn't legit, because I was like, what the hell is this?
Willie,
And
pull this up.
it's on the screen.
Oh shit! Hold on. Am I not live? Oh fuck! I'm not live. My bad. So I went through and
me and you are having brain farts today.
I know. I searched for Smith, right? Because obviously it would be his statement, and he would say, "I have so many years."
Page
Blah blah blah. 17.
Page 17. It was where I was reading. If it's the same link.
6, 7.
Heather, that was actually my second person, because the first person went off on like 7 different people. That was weird.
On 17, they're talking about the whatchamacallit, the cell phone.
Was it like 48 or 49 pages?
Yeah, it's fucking numbered weird as shit. This one says like 100
Everybody
and
sub to
some.
Dinkies if you haven't already.
Yeah, it's like 166 pages.
That'll be live later. Sub to Dinky and whoever else has channels. Clue, Dago.
What?
It was
No, I was just
Dustin
telling them
Blake.
everybody to sub to you guys.
Yeah, Blaker's statement. Hold on.
I think it's Exhibit A, statement of Dustin Blaker.
Because for some reason, I don't know, I keep trying to get your names to come up.
Right? So you have these statements from Blaker, you have these statements from Smith, you have these statements from Payne, you have the probable cause affidavit. The fact of the matter is, the defense is alluding to the fact that they are going to take this probable cause affidavit and everything in it and blow it the fuck up. So none of it matters, because it's all bullshit from what Elisa Mathis is saying. Basically, 99% of this fucking probable cause affidavit is trash anyway. It's not even true.
I'm pretty sure at this point, we can't trust Moscow PD to get Brian's name right.
Yeah. Let alone write a fucking PCA that makes sense.
You have the crime, the 911 call coming in at like 11:58, right? By the time Payne and Blaker arrive, it's like 4 p.m. Coroner doesn't show up till 5:30, which is an hour and a half later. But prior to Payne and Blaker being there, allegedly, ISP Detective Tolbert is already on scene and in the home with Officer Smith.
Yep.
And that is where you're going to find Officer Smith's statement, because it was in conjunction with fucking Detective Tolbert from ISP, who were there for the first 4 hours, 3 to 4 hours prior to the lead detectives and coroner arriving.
Yeah, but everybody that arrived, and I mean, based on the body cam footage we've seen for fucking noise complaints, should all have body cams on. So we should see the 4-hour gap and 4 hours of body cam of what the officers were doing inside the home the whole time, or what was going on. And then whenever Payne arrived, and then
Payne and Blaker definitely didn't wear body cams, because if they were lead detectives, they would not have been kitted up in their best and with body cams. However, your Officer Smith, because he's first responding. Now, if Smith followed protocol, Smith secured the scene, got everybody who was inside, outside, right? At that point, the only people that would have been allowed in would have been Detective Tolbert. Smith is going to take a cursory glance He is not going to touch anything. He's not going to move anything. He is just going to observe and remove people and secure the scene. That is it.
Well,
And
that's
then
if they do their
Tolbert
job
arrives.
properly, right?
That's if Smith did right. So I'm just saying, if Smith followed standard protocol, that's what should have been done.
Gotcha.
So the only people that would have been inside that home prior to Payne and Blaker arriving are Smith and Tolbert. And body cams would have been worn by Smith, Nunes, Gunderson, but I don't think Gunderson ever went in the house. This is why they don't have any statements from him. Only Smith went in the house. There were 3 first responding officers, Smith, Nunes, Gunderson. Only Smith went in.
Absolutely.
Which is why we have a statement from Smith on what he observed when he went in the home.
Yeah, I have no idea where to find that, because this says the same shit that the other one did. Officer Smith advised he would walk me through the scene, entered the King Road residence, went to the 2nd floor.
Yeah, that's their statements of Smith walking them through. Prior to this, there is a statement from Smith.
They must have completely redacted that then.
I'm telling you.
It had to. I remember reading it. Like it's been well over a year now.
Well over. It came
because I remember questioning why he didn't do the PCA, why he didn't write the PCA, and then because of
I'll get my hands on it. And when I do, I'll send it to everybody so you can read it for yourself.
Please do. I'd like to have that in my files anyway. Because I can't. We'll have to find it. That's going to drive me nuts now. I remember reading that one day to everybody and going, "Why the hell didn't he write this? If he was the first officer in the house and blah blah blah."
Yeah.
Because at that point, when Payne, I know Payne is the lead detective on it. I know how that works. I'm just saying, it should have been strictly from his point of view. Period.
Yeah. Especially if absolutely. And Tonka, you're absolutely correct. I believe that to the fullest extent, that they didn't have enough to get an arrest warrant.
I'd like to have that one too. I can't find that document either.
The only information about Ethan being found in a bed is coming from News Nation.
Okay.
Unless we can find it in a document.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. Until then, but
I don't remember.
Lana. Who's got Lana's number? Someone in chat has Lana's number.
I know somebody has a contact on Lana.
She's got every document that's ever been dropped on anything. Sure.
She was trying to call me a couple times. When I call her back, I'm going to tell her to send it to me.
I have her number, but I
actually emailed her. We spoke for the first time yesterday ever, and I told her, whenever, if she ever has time and she sees me live, she can stop by and come on panel.
You're finding a new hobby, Twiz?
Yeah, they're spying on me. They know when I'm playing with Rubik's Cubes. They know when I'm typing.
That's
crazy.
Well, we can hear you typing.
I know.
Yeah, loud house keyboard.
You sound like a secretary, bro.
Sounds like you're taking notes on all of us, dude. You're trying to get some blackmail or some shit.
Never.
I
am here for
he wouldn't need to take notes to do that.
Only. All I want is to get Brian out of jail, because I think it's really fucked up that his rights are being violated over some bullshit.
Oh, you're a BK level.
You know what? I just brought Sleuthy probably has that document too, because she has everything else too.
Oh yeah.
I
never thought of that.
Where'd Sleuthy go?
She's around.
Yeah, always around.
Speaking of, where did Drunk Turkey go?
What do you mean?
I haven't seen them put anything out in a while.
Hey,
really? He was just live with Crime Sleuthing the other night.
Dago. You want to see when he banned me in his chat? Because
I'm
pretty sure I know where it is on camera.
Here we go.
You want the timestamp?
Did you say DTS was live with Crime Sleuthing?
Yes. And he banned me in the chat when I wasn't even typing. Do you want to know the timestamp?
Sure.
1 hour and 14 minutes. You'll see him pause. And somebody said he huffed or something.
I'm almost positive that when the document came out, I am almost positive that Lana did a video reading the fucking document.
I think he's going to be live later, yo. Say that again?
You're almost
I'm just
positive when the
saying,
document.
I'm almost positive when the document came out regarding Smith's statement of what he observed when he arrived at the crime scene. I'm almost positive Lana literally did a live on it and like
She
read
did.
the document live.
Yeah, she did. I
Oh
did one
no,
too. I remember doing one too, but I don't
that's sad.
remember which live it was. Jesus, it's so far back.
I distinctly remember Officer Smith's account is that the female was deceased in the doorway on the floor, where he could see
He
from the
did.
doorway the deceased female on the floor and the deceased male in the bed.
I'm steady looking for it because it's gonna bother me if not, because everything is saying he was blocking the door.
And it just sucks because that's the problem when you have so much fucking misinformation
Yes.
being put out in the media, especially, right?
Well, you think King Tainter screwed it up when he told everyone to pass around the PCA?
That's what I mean.
Does anybody know his
That's how
first name?
That's how I knew from jump something with this case was very off, because you had a very, it almost seemed like concerted effort between the law enforcement and the media to put out a very specific narrative and don't deviate from it.
Does
That's why
anybody
it's so
know?
long. That's why it's so long. Sorry, go ahead. Dan.
I just wondered if anybody remembers Officer Smith's first name.
Corbin.
Yeah,
Um,
Corbin.
Corbin Smith.
Corbin.
Corbin Smith.
Corbin.
See, like Annie remembers this stuff, so I don't doubt that she saw it.
Oh, she
I
remembers
remember
everything. Everything, guys. It's a fact.
Everything.
No, I mean, from this case, she remembered. I could ask her any question and she remembered
My
it.
brain,
So.
for some reason, there's certain things that just, they stick in my brain, and that was one of them. That the original statement from Smith is because even when I heard it, that Hunter Johnson was called over, he had to fucking push open the door. I was like, what? No, because Officer Smith is saying he saw the deceased male in the fucking bed. So who put Ethan in the bed if that's true? That was my question, right? If it's true, Hunter had to push open the door because Ethan's body was holding it closed, then who put him in the bed?
Yeah, that would make no sense.
Hold on a minute.
Annie, we could play a game. At 5:25 a.m., they have Brian going north, captured on 5 cameras. Do you know what cameras those are?
If I remember correctly, we have at 5:25 a.m.?
Yeah.
Is that when he's allegedly going through Genesee and
No.
Yeah.
This is when he's
Troy?
in Pullman. They don't have him on
Pullman.
camera. They don't have him on camera over there.
Uniontown.
Is that Nevada Street, Stadium Way, all that bullshit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But why don't they have him going
Isn't Nevada
south on
Street and
those?
Stadium Way right where the police department is?
I have no idea.
Pullman?
I don't think so. I think the police
Where's
department is
Pullman
like
PD
right on
again?
top of. I think to get to the police department from where I used to live, I would head up B Street and take a left at the top of the hill. I don't know what the road name is because I'm terrible with road names. But the police department's right there, I believe.
Like, I could have sworn the police department was like, what, 2-3 minutes from Steptoe?
It would be.
Or is it
It'd
2-3
be a little bit
minutes
longer
from
than that, I
Coffee
would
House?
think.
I forget which one.
Coffee house. No, I'd still say it's a little bit longer than that.
The
Because
affidavit
coffee house
details.
you have to go around to get to. Like, it's on. It's basically right on Stadium Way and Main Street, but it's like down a hill, and there's like you have to drive around to it.
Look at this, you guys. This is insane. Hold on a minute.
You got something?
It not what I want, but it's an article that the Argonaut put out. Wait a minute.
I got you.
That's the other thing. It's still pulled up, isn't it? Yeah, hold on. Let me pull that down or get rid of that. Drop that down, Willie. Like, get rid of that first thing that was put up. affidavit.
Yeah, that's gone.
Okay. Why do I still see it? Hold on.
There.
There we go. Oh, sorry.
Hey, Clue, that's a great picture.
Thank you.
This is interesting. I just like the way this is written is kind of interesting. Go ahead and pull that up real quick, Willie.
Okay.
All right, so this was the Argonaut put this article out, and it says that the affidavit details the account of MPD officer Brett Payne's initial investigation as he and Officer Corbin Smith found the 4 victims. What?
I can't see that shit.
That is. Do I need to blow it up?
Oh, I see it.
That is not how that happened. That's a false statement.
Wait, what did it say?
It says the affidavit details the account of Moscow PD officer Brett Payne's initial investigation as he and Officer Corbin Smith found the 4 victims. No.
It depends on. Hold on. It depends on how you read it, right? Because are they talking about finding them how they were found?
Well, I mean, if you read it in a basic form, it says as he and Officer Corbin Smith found the 4 victims. He wasn't there till 4 o'clock.
Whoa.
And I know this is just an article, but still, like.
Yeah.
When was that article put out? What's the date?
This was. Where is the date on this? January 5th of 2023.
Yeah. So the Argonaut, that's interesting because that would have been
right.
That would have been Caden
Smith. Or Caden
Young.
Caden Young,
Caden
sorry.
Young. That would have been Caden Young signing off on that being put out too. Because he was like the editor-in-chief. He was also like the investigative journalist for the Argonaut.
Right. And he's no longer with
prior
us.
to his death, he was the one doing all of the he had his own tip line and everything for
Right. But that statement alone in itself is like, wait. As I was reading through this to see if maybe there was something in this that stated something. Because it's the only thing I could find. But that's
and where's that from?
This is from the Argonaut, the local
Argonaut
newspaper.
is the University of Idaho's newspaper or whatever.
Yeah. Daniel Ramirez is the one that wrote this article. I'd love to talk to him.
Right. Where'd you get your facts, bud? 4 hours, and then also, if I'm not mistaken, not only was somebody said the coroner was denied entrance, but wasn't the paramedics waived off as well?
Yeah, bud. Yeah, that was a big deal I made about that a long time ago.
Yeah,
that's wild. Now, is that usual?
About it as well.
No, that's the problem. No, it's not normal at all.
Because the argument somebody had with me was that if the police officers can tell because of rigor mortis that the body has been gone for a long time, then there's no need for any kind of paramedics.
You still need to listen. Every call I've ever been to in my life, every call, I've been on calls where people have been deceased for 6 months. Okay. And you can tell when you walk into it. If you can tell 20 minutes before you get to it because of the smell. I'm just saying.
They're still going to bring the paramedics out.
Right. When this call goes out, when this call went out for a passed out person or whatever the hell they called it, right? This 911 call that we'll probably never hear. When that call goes out, dispatch is going to automatically get an ambulance rolling. Okay. That's the first one coming. Police are coming as well, but you're not going to call the police for somebody that passed out, guys. You're going to call medical personnel. Okay. So that's who the call should have went to originally, not MPD.
Well,
so
it kind of goes deeper than that if you really think about it, Dago, because you have to have a medical personnel to pronounce.
Well, yeah, I didn't get to that yet. Right, you're right.
Yep.
And a cop can't do that, from what I know.
Well, here's what the excuse that I was given: that one of those officers was also an EMT.
Well,
I
then
don't care.
I mean, that could work though.
So
For just
Moscow has their
pronouncing
own
them.
volunteer. They do have volunteers from
What I
local LE
yeah,
and the fire department
right.
who volunteer on days off for their like little service or whatever. And if I remember correctly, it was originally the volunteer EMTs that were dispatched out to the home, and they were
Mhm.
told, nope, don't bother because everybody's deceased. We don't need you. Like, that's initially what had come out, is that the reason EMTs didn't need to go in is because they were already told, nope, everybody's gone. So no life-saving measures needed
That
to be
doesn't
administered.
but see that's the thing that just doesn't make sense to me because I've been on those scenes and we still went in and I called.
Especially if you're saying
Right,
6
but if
months
you're-
and this is only 8 hours.
But
Yeah.
if your first responding officer is also an EMT and he's telling you, like, nope, they're all fucking dead for sure,
They have to follow
these
protocol.
volunteers are just going to do what they're told because,
I
like,
know
what are they
that.
going to do? Sit there and fight with the cop and say,
No, I know you're right
president?
about that part. I know they did what they were told, and I would have done the same thing. I struggled with the way that went down because the call should have went to the call did go to emergency personnel first or EMS first, okay, and then police picked it up for some reason and they wrote on it as well. That's what I wanted to know from the
Well, that's
beginning
what-
is why did MPD roll on that as just for a passed out person?
Well, if we had the 911 call, we'd definitely know.
100%, but I just never understood. I've been to multiple calls where people are just passed out because they heat exhaustion or they diabetic coma or some shit, anything. They fell down and hit their head or whatever.
Because I think that's what they said on the 911 call. They probably said, oh, they're passed away in here,
Right.
Well, that's what we don't know though.
They about like Moscow Police Department's
Passed out person.
training on the university, right? Because they're in conjunction with campus police. So they train for kids ODing. They train for kids
definitely.
who are fucking, alcohol poisoning, overdosing on what they thought was, a oxy, and it ended up being laced with fent. So a lot of their officers are already trained to respond when they get a call for an unconscious person. Most of the times these officers are responding where they already have Narcan in the car. They already have what they need should they have to revive a person.
Right.
They usually have what they need. The call allegedly came in for an unconscious person. So at that point, they'd be arriving, assuming they are coming into someone overdosing on drugs, someone passed out from alcohol poisoning. Do you get what I'm saying? A lot of them already keep these things on them and in their vehicles, like even where I live. That's just most cops now. It's part of their training.
But again, they called the cops for a reason. They called the cops because they saw something to make them call the cops, and I think that's why the 911 call isn't released, and that's why they came out as well. Because again, they said probably on that 911 call, they're all dead or what have you.
Well, see, that's the thing is we were all told that all they stated in that call was that it was just for somebody that had passed out. And at that point,
I don't believe that.
At that point, that's why I said, why did but I know what you're saying too, Annie, because I know things have changed since I've been doing it, with law enforcement and all that. Like, I'm sure so many drug overdoses, that's pretty much a standard now. Anybody that can get there, whoever can get there first. Whoever can get there first is the one that's going to administer whatever it needs. I get that.
Yeah. If they're saying that this call came in for an unconscious person, well, then we would know standard protocol response for an unconscious person would be potential overdose, alcohol poisoning. They're on dealing with college kids. They have
100%.
lots of this happening all the time. It wouldn't be abnormal for them to respond thinking they're going into the home for someone overdosing or passed out from alcohol poisoning. And then, you walk in and you're like, oh, wait, actually, this is not right.
And that was the thing that had me puzzled because, like, I think Kate in chat just said the official story was that they didn't know anybody was dead, that they thought it was just somebody passed out. So therefore, it should have just rolled EMS and PD responded and boom, boom, boom. That's where everything went from that direction.
If you're Officer Smith, you think you're going into the house for someone who's overdosing
Right,
or
right.
has alcohol poisoning, and then you realize you just walked into a fucking quadruple homicide.
Yeah.
You might turn around and leave because you understand at that point this is a crime scene. This is
That's
not what you thought
why,
it was.
yeah. After the fact, I understood why they held EMS back, because it's a crime scene now. You don't want to do, but it was already ruined. But yeah, you know what I mean. So I get that part of it. I do. I was just, when I heard in the beginning of this case, we were all different back then with that. You know, like, why the hell did this go down this way to begin with? So I don't know. There was questions I had about the whole thing, about the fact that it took, you know, everybody's out on a hunting trip and they had to wait for everybody to come back from their trip to show up for this and that and blah, blah, blah. It was a weird, the whole crime scene and the handling of everything was just so strange to me.
All of it.
And then you have the university president telling everybody to leave, and we understand if you don't want to come back, you can just do your classes online.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they obviously cared if everybody came back, because
Beckles is saying nobody's listening there. I see that you're saying that I know they have an EMT program, Beckles. I know that too. But it still didn't make sense as to why.
Oh, sorry.
When
you add me at Willie, it doesn't. You got to add me at the name of the channel. Sorry, I missed that. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no, nothing. I just wanted to make sure she knew she was acknowledged, because I had seen it, and that didn't have any bearing on this, though. I definitely don't believe it did at all. Those were just questions I had a year and some odd months ago about that situation, but I understand it now. Mostly, you know, I'm still questioning why other people didn't show up at certain times and things like that, but those questions don't matter. So
yeah, it's so weird though. Like, what was going on for 4 hours? Like, what were the officers doing for 4 hours? Standing around?
Trying to process everything, probably. It took them 9 days to process the crime scene, you guys. So that's...
No, I'm saying they're
a 3-hour drive from Bonner's Ferry back to Moscow.
Yeah.
I thought after, after they go in and they realize what's going on, then they immediately get the hell out of there, and back away from the scene because of contamination purposes, and then they wait for people to arrive. So were they just standing outside for 4 hours?
Allegedly, though, it was in the very beginning said that the reason it took so long for Blaker, Payne, and Fry to respond is because they were all out of town on a fucking fishing trip the night before.
That's what I heard too.
That's the story.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Well, yeah, hunting. Yeah, I heard it was some kind of trip.
They went hunting together, all of them.
That they were fucking hunting.
How conveniently. Everything's just so convenient in this case, man. It's amazing. You got to have a hell of an imagination to put this all together and still say it's, oh, yeah.
Do you know that, like, any one of us could actually make a stronger case that some of the officers in this town were stalking that house? And we could
all you got to do is watch the body cam video.
Do it with their own body cams, by the way.
It right there. Yep, bingo.
Well, yeah, and look at the one that Alana put out with them. I think it was her. I think she put it out over on Truth and Transparency, where the officers were just like, they walked up to the house. The dude whispered in the other officer's ear. He shined his flashlight at the camera to blind it, and then they walk around. I think they walk around the back. And correct me if I'm wrong. And he walks into a shed and shines his flashlight like left and right. And if it was a homeowner in that shed that was, I don't know, say tinkering with something back there, fucking around at whatever time of night that was, and thought that was a burglar and shot that officer, then what? So it seems like they have no problem walking around and just checking out shit and just walking on people's property. So you're right.
Well, the other thing that rubbed me the wrong way too about a lot of these body cams and their interactions.
I'm not saying they can't. I'm just saying if something happens, don't come on.
Well, see, now we know though too why they withhold certain body cams, right? So there's certain body cams they'll withhold, certain body cams they'll release. We have incidences where on their own body cams, officers are taking it upon themselves to go trespass on this property. They were not called there. They were not asked to go there. They just took it upon themselves to go. And they don't even knock on the front door. They just walk around the back and like they, like they own the place. And to me, that's, in my opinion, that is stalking. That is trespassing. You weren't even called there. You have no right to even be there.
Oh
And I
yeah.
believe he jiggled the handle, the one dude. So, yeah, it's
Right.
I don't know.
That
But
did
like I
happen.
said,
For a
if
new
something
officer,
happens, that person would get
who was
charged.
training, how did he know exactly where to go to the back slider, considering he was training that day and he was a brand new officer? How did he even know where to go? How did he know to pass the front door entirely?
Yeah, he was
Why
talking
did
about
they
this.
pass the front door? Why would you go knock on the back?
Yeah, he was talking about. Oh, there's no stairs leading up to that deck. Okay.
Well, if they saw
You know?
something when they were walking down that road from the backside,
And we have lots of other body cams of these cops interacting with other students, and there isn't a single occurrence where they take a picture of someone's ID. It only happened to Kaylee.
Really?
yep.
Yep, I am not
Willie,
even joking you. I've been through at least 50 different body cams of other interactions with students around that campus, and not a single time has another officer taken a picture of a student's ID. It was only one time in every body cam I've ever seen, and it was Rosie and Kaylee. So, if I was Ann Taylor, I'd be getting a fucking warrant for his phone, wanting to know exactly what happened with that photo, because he would have had to file a report after he showed up at that house. And because he took a fucking picture with his personal phone, he would have had to put her picture in his report. That would become property of the fucking police department.
Should
And if
have.
he didn't put it in the report, what did he do with it?
I don't know. What were you saying, Twit?
Willie, check your email. Murky Piglet said they sent you something.
Shit.
Blaker Don Daniels Doc.
You guys
All right,
seen the story about
Officer to use their device to take a photo of something, right? But when they do that, they have
I'll
to
check on them
include
off
it
here.
in their report as evidence, and they have to document timestamp, date, where they took the photo, the circumstances for the photo. Do you understand? So if there's a report filed, he would have had to file one. And in this report, he would have had to include that he took a photo of this person's ID as the resident, right? This is the resident that he took a photo of, her personal ID, and he would have had to put it in with his report.
Speaking of stuff, did you guys see the story about the football team fighting?
Sure did.
Yeah. With 20, is it? Somebody said 20 people or something. They're
I think
looking
they
at
said 40.
Thought it was
it's
over
like
100.
30. There's a lot of people.
100.
What kind of crazy shit is that?
I
What
thought
is
I saw
that?
something like 100 people involved in a brawl or something like that.
It got a little darker too. Like from the last story I read, it was some crazy dark shit with it too.
And this is Idaho University.
Yeah, U of I.
Yeah,
Okay,
vandals. It was vandals and someone else.
So Dago,
Mm-hmm.
I've been looking at this, right?
Yes, ma'am.
They technically could tell first responders to not come in because it says, for purpose of this section, first responder means a law enforcement officer, firefighter, emergency medical services provider, coroner, or other emergency rescuer. The following persons shall make a reasonable search of an individual if they believe they're dead. A first responder finding the individual. So if cops there are considered first responders, they don't have to allow EMS in.
No, yeah, somebody read that to me too after the fact. It still bugs me though. I know you're right, 100%. It just bugs me.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Yeah,
cops,
but like
y'all, they
how?
are trained. They're trained to know if somebody's dead,
Yeah.
especially in this case.
Oh,
Like they've been
100%.
gone for a while.
Right.
Yeah, but hold on a second. Let me ask you a question. If somebody's laying on the ground face down, okay, and not breathing, okay, and the officers come across them and EMS arrives, you're telling me you still wouldn't, at least let them in to see if there's anything they could do? I mean, at that point in time, you don't know how long they've been gone.
That makes
I
sense.
kind of feel like in this case they would know that there's no coming back from it, in my
Okay.
opinion.
I'm just saying, from what I heard, if people have clothing on, depending on what color it is, and I know there's a rumor, and I don't know if it's been verified that one of them was stabbed 54 times. Okay, but if somebody has clothing on, I heard it's very hard to determine, how they were injured, and this, that, and the third. So I'm just saying, if they're laying down and you can't see obviously their face, and and that. After 8 hours, depending, and if the door was left open, I don't know how cold it was that night. Like, I don't know. I just feel like you would at least, if you got, if they arrive a minute or two after you arrive, you guys arrive, you're that quick to just go room to room and go, all right, nope, we don't need them. Like,
So
that's, I don't know.
my guess, like my assumption is that they would have seen the injuries on them and they would know that even if they perform CPR, they were not going to bring them back.
Right.
So
you don't
there's
wanna pump
really
more blood out of the body.
right, you don't want to do that, especially if you can pretty much look and tell and realize that they're gone. You at that point your priority becomes like securing the crime scene.
Gotcha.
And
Hey, Willie.
we heard that they were pretty nasty, so I asked that maybe that's kind of what the situation was. So I was irritated a year ago over protocol issues, and I was shut down, and that's okay. Do what they had to do. I get that. No big
Is Dago
deal.
a little robotically to anybody?
Yeah, I'm like, does
Yeah.
anybody else hear
His
him?
internet's dying.
You're a little robotic, Dago.
Domo gato.
You were Mr. Roboto.
But whoever sent you that email said page 17 has Blaker's statement.
That's what I was saying. Page 17. I'm pretty sure if that's
Pull it up.
the same.
Pull it
one.
up.
I can't, I'm on a phone, dude.
Send it to me then. I'll pull it up.
Yeah. Can you send it to Dago or Clue?
Put your emails in the
If
chat.
it's the same page 17, I put
You have it?
I put a link in back chat already. But if I don't know if it's the same page 17. It could just be a coincidence that it's the same page number.
Where the hell did you go, Willie? Oh, here we are. Okay.
Am I still here?
You're here.
That's the thing. If I click off, like I can like when I'm on a panel, I can click off and do whatever and still. But on like when I'm live myself, I can't do shit else with a phone. Oh, somebody got a call.
Okay, so she threw it in back chat. Hold on a minute. Let me pull that up and see if I can look at it.
I'm hungry as shit. What should I order?
Ordered what?
I said I'm hungry as shit. What should I order?
I don't know if anybody else has thought about this, right? So do you remember when the PSP affidavit of probable cause came out, right, to go arrest him?
Oh, the PA one, yeah.
Yeah. And the PA one they put out, unredacted, right?
Mhm.
Now, here's the crazy thing. Pennsylvania, very rarely will release body cam, especially from PSP, from like state police, right?
Yeah, right.
And then, especially like SWAT and stuff. It's very rare.
I gotta go.
For you to
I'm
be
sorry,
able to
y'all.
get their body cam.
Bye, Clue.
I gotta go.
Have a good day, Clue. That's for coming.
You too.
I'll talk to you in a little bit.
Okay, bye.
Bye, Clue.
You guys still there?
Yeah. Somebody was glitching there.
I think it was Willie.
Oh yeah, he's definitely.
Willie's picture disappeared
Me?
too.
Yeah.
Am I?
Yeah.
Well, what I always found to be odd was that they said that the FBI assisted PSP in serving the warrant, correct?
Right.
Okay. So if you go look up DOJ policy on body cams, okay? Now, Pennsylvania doesn't have to release body cam, okay? It's not even law that they have to wear them. right?
Yeah, right.
Technically, they don't have to release them even if they wear them. However, if you look up DOJ policy regarding the FBI, it was already mandated back in 2021, I believe, that all federal agents, when assisting local law enforcement or sheriffs in a SWAT execution warrant, they are to wear body cams. They don't have a choice. It is what it is. This is DOJ policy. So I always thought it was very interesting that this Pennsylvania, allegedly, when he was arrested, he was supposedly in the kitchen with gloves on, separating trash, at 2 a.m. or whatever.
In his underwear.
Even if Pennsylvania doesn't release the body cam by DOJ standards and per DOJ mandates and policy, the FBI would have to wear the body cams, and they would absolutely have footage of this to turn over to the defense. It should be in discovery because FBI has to wear the body cams.
I agree. Willie, throw my email up on screen for Murky real quick.
Okay, hold on.
I agree. I agree with you, Annie, because I told Willie flipped out because a while ago because there was no body cam footage from that the arrest, right? And I said we looked into it, we figured out when they started using them that they don't have to use them, blah blah blah, with PA and all that kind of shit. And I said, but the damn you already the what the hell was I gonna say? Oh, the FBI was on that bust as well. They had to have had their body cams on. So
Yeah,
that's
they
what I
have
didn't
to per
understand.
DOJ mandate. Yeah. So even if Pennsylvania didn't turn over their SWAT body cam, it wouldn't matter because FBI, DOJ would have to turn over the body cams of the officers who assisted Pennsylvania in executing the arrest warrant, the SWAT raid.
74.
So, it's going to be very interesting to see if any of that was actually turned over, because I distinctly remember in one of the requests, the discovery requests, that's what Ann was asking for. The body cam of the interview with Brian in Pennsylvania. There was an interview that was conducted by law enforcement with Brian that went on for about 15 minutes. She was asking for the video and body cam of that. And I remember his lawyer in Pennsylvania even mentioning that he interviewed with them for about 15 minutes. And that's when he said, I want a lawyer.
Yeah. I
So
think once they,
there is a 15-minute interview that should be on video somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. I agree.
But like you said, I think they started off asking, simple shit, and then once they started asking the hard shit, he was like, I want a lawyer.
Well, here's another one too that's going to be interesting to see if they can produce the video for this, right? Allegedly, members of the FBI who were surveilling Brian in Pennsylvania watched him leave his house at like 4 o'clock in the morning, and they supposedly almost fucking ran him over.
Nice.
Jesus.
All right. Did you send that to me, Murky?
Yeah, the email's up on screen, and then after we go over that, I'm probably gonna spend 4 hours. I'm probably gonna drop down and go eat something.
Do you have a show Mars out there?
Huh?
Do you have show Mars out there?
Show Mars?
Yeah.
The hell is that?
It's a restaurant. I was gonna
No.
say you should order from there. Now I'm wanting one. It's a pita burger, with some tzatziki sauce. Oh, it's so good.
Oh God.
You got me
I would definitely eat the shit out of that.
My wife has been making.
I love tzatziki.
I do too. I make it homemade.
It's very good stuff. My wife's been making these chicken gyros with this Greek seasoning she got. Oh my God.
A Slovakia dinner platter at our
souvlaki.
Yes.
Souvlaki gyros. God damn.
Gyros.
Yeah, gyros. Pitas. If you go to Greece, they're called pitas. That's all they call them is pitas.
Galatapork. You like Galataporkos?
Alatoburco?
Whatever you say. Yeah.
Yeah, fire.
I can't do it like you do it. But anyway, that the whole Angie, my best friend, was Greek. I told you before. She used to scream at me about the way I'd say these things. I'm like, I'm Italian, not Greek. I can't speak your words. I can say baklava. Leave it at that. We're good.
Yeah, baklava's fire too. But depending on where you have it, like, when I go to a diner, I never order from a diner because it's always dry. But like my
Right.
grandmother, like I'll put an order in, you know what I mean? And like, I'll give her the ingredients. I'll come back. Oh my God, dude. I'm telling you, I could sell that tray for like $2,000. It's amazing.
Oh my God, it's that good. It is that good. Yes, it's that good. Well, if
my
you get it right,
my dad might take, like, I think my dad might possibly, maybe not take a life, but he'd fight to the death for a tray of Alataburgo. Like, he likes that shit like nobody's business, dude.
Yes, that's good stuff. The grape leaves and the smelts and all. She used to cook for us all the time. I loved it. All right, that document is backstage, bro.
All right, here we go.
This is the only thing this is what Murky said. Hold on, let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger. Nope. Hold on a minute. I gotta do this first.
All night long.
All night.
Let me see that.
Dong.
What?
What?
Oh, I was fucking around.
Blew it up like 100
What the hell, Willie?
We've been singing it in chat. Well, I mean, like typing it, but.
Okay, so this is just the motion order to unseal the warrant return.
Twizzle, don't what the hell me, Mr. I use the sword fight.
Oh, here we go.
We used to.
Here we go.
We might do it next week.
Oh God, help me.
What happened? Speaking of next week, what happened to you stopping through here on your way out that way, Twizzle, when you were going to stop and hook all my lights up to my PC? Remember that?
I didn't go that way.
You said you were going to?
Well, I was
It was a
planning
storm.
on it, but then I went to Oregon.
Oh,
I'm
well,
sure
okay.
I told you that.
Did you have to go see the other Elantra or something?
No, I bought my car there.
And how weird is that the other Elantra that was found was connected to the house? The abandoned one?
Weird.
I don't believe it. I don't believe in coincidences. I'll just put it that way.
That is crazy.
Super weird.
Hey, Noni. Like Poppins.
All right. So this does. Let me see here. Annie, you said it was in here, right?
Page 17.
I don't know. I don't remember which.
Hold
I have
on.
no idea what it was attached to. I don't remember. It's a very old
Let
document.
me see.
It was
Let
one
me
of the first to
see
come
here.
out.
What page are we on? 3? No, that ain't right. Page 4.
I think
Jesus.
it's page 17 of the document because I think there's more than one document in here. Just
Yeah, there is.
Scroll.
I'm glad I
Yeah,
have
long
this.
time.
Thank you, Murky. I needed this anyway. If anybody needs this, let me know. I will send it to you and thank Murky for it because I didn't have this. So
Thanks, Merc.
The murky little
The
piglet.
Merc came through.
Murky Piglet.
The Merc.
I
Gotta
love
get.
piglets. I absolutely love them.
Okay. All right, here we go.
You like what? Piglets?
Wait a second. Page 17.
She's
You're on
gone.
page 33. Look at
Yeah.
the
I like
left
to
of your
eat.
screen.
I like to eat them.
Do you see the page number, Twiz, right
No,
there? 17.
No, I understand what you're looking at, but I think they said the page
Where'd she
17
go?
of the document they sent. Not if you look at the left, you have all those pages.
Oh yeah, yeah. So
That must have been what Clue was talking about, because I was talking about what you're saying, Twizzle.
all right, so
17.
this one here.
Yeah.
Here we go. Here we
That's
go.
what I sent.
Okay. Thank you, Twiz, again.
Yes, sir.
What's he does?
Now you're on
It's almost
18.
the same statement. So OFC Smith
Yeah,
and
right
I
there.
entered. It is the same set. OFC Smith and I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor door. Blah, blah, blah. Smith directed me down the hallway, which I
Yeah,
later
that's
learned
just
was
the PCA.
it's the same.
Whose
It's from the
statement is
PCA.
this? Payne or Blaker?
This
Blaker.
is Blaker.
Yep.
But
We'll just have to get it from Lana and then go live later.
I'm telling you, I'm gonna find it because
I was
everything
looking and I
I've
can't find it.
seen, nothing says anything about it.
Don't you worry. Once I hop off of here in a minute, I'm gonna be calling my girl. I'm gonna be like,
I
I
still
know
needed-
for a fact.
That's good.
I still needed this, so thank you, Piglet, for that as well.
I got a question. Can you
Her
see
and
it?
I talked about it. Her and I talked about it even when it first came out. that the claim that Hunter had to like push the door open, we were both like, no fucking way, because Smith said he could see the male in the bed, deceased. So,
Where's St. Jody?
you know, and it was one of those things where we just
was a
assumed it was
technical question.
media misinformation, you know, because they've done it before where they put out little tidbits of misinformation.
You don't say.
I was just
Did you say
saying
you,
in back
did you
chat.
say you had a technical question?
Yeah, because I was just asking. I don't know if it's just my phone, but in back chat, I can't see
What do you got?
that anybody else has put. But I sent that link like way earlier to that same document, but I didn't know if y'all could see that.
You should be able to click on the link and it'll pop up.
Everybody should be able to see the private chat.
All I see is one other person. So that's why I didn't know if y'all could see my link. All I see is, I see Dago and
Frankie. Where's Frankie?
That's it.
How come Frankie's not up here?
But I sent that link. Can y'all not see that?
Because I was getting the documents up, and it said, it said. So you got it up. So did you guys find what you needed to?
This is the same. No, this is the same document that I have, Jody, already. But
yeah. I sent that like way earlier. That's why I didn't know if y'all could see it or not. If it was like my phone was messing up.
Oh, okay.
No, it went through. It's there.
So the document's on the screen. Cool.
I was just making sure it wasn't messing up.
No, it's good. But again, thank you, Murky and Jody. This is something I like having these extra documents because I am very disorganized and I need to get a printer and just start printing this shit out and filing it like I started to do years ago. I don't know why I didn't. I think Lana prints everything out. And then she uses her little overhead projector thing and all that. So
yeah, because she still even has like Batante's original statement, which is now sealed and you can't get it anymore.
That's right. And
that's a really good thing to do.
That's why she did it. And I should have done it. I'm an idiot for not doing it. You don't think about those things sometimes, I guess.
All right.
Well, you know, I love y'all, and it was so amazing talking to everybody. I'm probably going to be disappearing again for a couple weeks or so. I'm just really busy.
No. Wait.
Well, I appreciate you coming up.
You got to come back around to my side of things.
Yeah, why you want to go? Why do you need to go away?
I've just been really busy with like work and homeschooling and stuff. And
well, you got to at least stop by every now and again and say hi to me, so I know you're okay.
I know, I will. And well, it's crazy too because like by the time I get home and everything, it's like 10 at night, and my day starts at like 7 a.m. But today's my day off. So when I saw that Willie was live, I was like, oh shit, I'm on my way to get a coffee. It's my day off.
It was a good show.
Eventually go live.
This is the first one I made it to. I'm glad I did.
I'm glad you guys are here.
Well, I hope everybody has an awesome day. I'll catch up with everyone, I'm sure, later.
Yes, ma'am. Your day off. You deserve it.
Have a good day.
Bye, you too.
See you later, Annie. We'll see you soon. Hopefully. No, it was a good show, Willie. It was a good I had no idea. I had no idea they even dropped a document. I should have figured that something.
I woke up. I was like, "Oh, this motherfucker! I'm gonna go live."
Yeah, hopefully Anna's like, "Nope."
Well, hopefully, Judge says no. We're gonna keep him, but I doubt it.
Yeah, no, he always doesn't. Yeah, that's why I was so shocked about the survey.
Boss. Everything is like, oh, take your time, never submit any discovery, and we can just do whatever you say, Bill.
Yeah, exactly. What's up with why? Like I said earlier, why isn't he lighting a fire under the prosecution's ass to get everything over to the defense so they can move along? Why is he like, does May work? Does 2027 work?
Right. If it was if it was the other way around, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just willing to bet we start seeing motions to dismiss after the 14th.
Early bird gets the worm, Dakota.
You think so?
Yeah.
How do you think that? Let me ask you then. How do you think that's going to go, Twiz? What do you think is going to happen, bub?
I don't necessarily know if it'll work. I'm just saying we'll see him. but I think it's just crazy. If
So
they
how do you
can
think she's going to present it?
probably showing some form of electronic evidence that he was at or around Wowawai Park that night and didn't go over to Idaho.
Mm-hmm.
What do I?
You guys
If
do
you
realize
ain't
that
in Moscow, you can't kill people with knives.
yeah,
That's
and
all
you
I know.
guys do realize, honestly, if that comes out, or what I said with pictures that are time stamped or any of that, but most likely what Twist said.
Hey, Dago, you got your private messages up on the screen.
Oh, sorry. I thought he took it down.
That was my fault. Sorry,
I got shut up.
I forgot to. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. Anyway,
I have that subscription too, dude. Don't worry. Nothing to hide.
I have a feeling that it's gonna be what Twiz says more than anything that's gonna happen, and that's it for the case, guys. If that comes out, there's nothing else to hold anything together at that point.
Nope.
All I'm saying is, according to the PCA, Brian got service at 4:48. He hit the camera at 1300 North Johnson at 5:25. That's 37 minutes. When I drive up from Wawawai, it took me 30 minutes from where I caught service to where I hit that camera. Maybe he just drove a little slower than I did. Maybe he stopped to take a picture. Maybe he stopped to take a piss. The math is mathin'.
Oh, honestly, I don't think it's that weird. Like, I personally, I have went out driving at like 12, 1, 2 in the morning and put my phone in airplane mode on back roads. I've done
Listen,
it.
what if he, met up with somebody? You know what I mean?
I used to do it all the time.
And literally, they're going to frame me for something because I've done the exact same thing.
There's no traffic. There's no, the night sky and the moon's out, and it's just a nice time to be out driving around, the windows down, listening to some music or whatever.
And that's all I was doing.
That's all I used to do too, and it's a good way to like unwind from a crazy day and stuff like that. If you can't sleep,
I'm just saying, man, there is dog hair all in that house, and like for the amount of like rolling around and motion that he had to been doing, and his shoes and everything of that, to not get it like anywhere in your car or like you were saying down the drain or in your house or anywhere that could match to Murphy, let alone the victim's hair. I know dog hair is everywhere. I don't have a dog, but I've been to people's houses that have a dog. Now, did that dog shed a lot?
Oh,
No,
heck,
it's a
I
doodle.
shed.
It's a poodle. Yeah, I don't know if they do or if they don't.
Well, listen, my mother has 3 little ass dogs, and they don't shed a damn. I'm sure they shit, huh?
Are they poodles though?
That's what I mean. I don't know what kind of hair. I don't know if there's different kinds of poodles or what kind of dog this was.
One thing with poodles, they're supposed to be like
hypoallergenic,
or whatever, because
right.
they're supposed to not shed, or at least not shed much.
They have
girls, our hair falls out like crazy. Just and if you're in their bed and you're having to lean over another person, hair, you could pick up hair on your clothes easily. That's just one hypothetical, but I'm just saying, the more rooms you got to go into and the more people you have to come in contact with, it's like the, what's it called? The Walker's theory, where you're going to leave part of you there in a scene and then you're going to take that scene with you when you leave.
Absolutely. And that's why, again, even with, this suit on or whatever the hell he had on, like he still had to step out of that home. And if he was moving at a fast pace, okay, to where, he wouldn't have saw Dylan, and he was running that quick to where she only saw his eyebrows. That means he was moving. And then remember, there's a 3-minute timeline. I'm going to say it again, because I haven't said it on my channel yet, from 4:17 to 4:20, to where at 4:17 there is audio picked up on a camera. What is it, 50 feet away?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
50 feet of commotion and a whole bunch of shit going on. And then at 4:20, this, supposedly Brian Koberger is seen on Walenta Drive, hit by some camera, and that's 3 minutes for him to finish what he's doing, get out of the home, get up to his car, because again, if we're saying that he parked on the ridge there and walk down or whatever, and then hit that. He has no time to compose himself. He has no time to do anything, wash himself off, nothing. So that means when he steps out of that home, like, and takes off, or where he takes off his suit at, there's no, like, all blood evidence sitting right there.
There was no
Or a
time. There just was no time, period. At all for any of that. There's something backstage if you want to pull it up about that dog.
Oh, okay.
It's up to you.
Hold on.
But yeah, there was no time for any of that stuff, guys.
No, hell no.
It says here that many, at least 75% of first generation Labradoodles do shed, and most increase allergy symptoms to some degree.
Okay, so they do shed.
Somebody in your chat just said that P Fox just said she's got 2, and they do shed. So
I
think she's talking about huskies, but yeah, that husky shed like crazy.
I don't know. Huskies.
My roommate had a husky in Phoenix, and you had to clean the floor every day.
Oh yeah, I used to have a husky.
Don't tell Gary that.
Insane at the amount of hair.
I have a dust mop that I have now that I was holding earlier. The little thing, you just look at him and he sheds hair. It's crazy.
And I don't know, man. It's just like I said. He had to be very, tedious to not get one speck of any DNA or one dog hair, nothing of anything.
With a knife attack up close and personal, no way.
Exactly. I mean, with the listen, if this was a shooting, I could,
right.
Maybe the time frame, but an up close and personal stabbing. And like I said, if you're attacking one person, the other person's either running or in this case, they would be attacking the person if they didn't run out of the room. If we're saying it was all isolated.
No one talks about that part. No way.
And don't forget
about that part all day.
Inside
yeah, you do.
Don't forget the timeline inside the house. There's no way. I'm sorry. I'm not comfortable with it at all. That somebody went in and did that to 4 people, and I guarantee 3 of them at least fought back. Okay.
Yeah.
And in that circumstance, that's taking time off of that timeline. Okay. So it still doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't.
No.
At the right trajectory, you could shoot somebody in Moscow from Wollway Park.
Probably with the right gun, yeah.
Oh wow.
I think I have one by my front door. I'll go get it real quick.
Yeah, but listen, I appreciate you guys coming up and stopping by and shit.
Get rid of it so you can be selfish and go eat.
Oh, sorry. Well, listen. Are you gonna go live today?
Of course.
All right. See, I need to do. I think. Hold on. How long is it? 4. So I think I went live at like 6:30. What time did I go live?
You've been here since it says 4.5, almost
like
4.5 hours. So you've been here for a while, dude.
Yeah, man. I'm a little hungry.
You got
before like 4. What was it? 2? No, 3. Maybe 2-3 years ago. When I was streaming on the other site where like people would hop up in your box and like everybody was on camera and everybody was chilling and stuff, and there was no topic. It was everybody just hanging out and gifting each other. I forget what the site's called. But I did like a 24-hour live and shit, man, and it was wild. Now I can't even think about doing that. It hits hour like 3.5. I'm like, sheesh.
My longest was 10 hours. That one where there was a hearing. An Idaho hearing, and I went early and we talked about it after. I think I was live for 10 hours. That was a long day, a very long day.
That's exhausting, dude. 10 hours.
It's crazy.
I appreciate y'all.
May 14th hearing's supposed to be all day.
Well, wait, it's not gonna be. Well, we'll see what happens, but
yeah, hopefully we get to see anything from here on out.
If it's not televised, it's going to be a pain in the ass to try to stream it because, like I said, we're going to have to go reading texts from Twitter. That's the only way we're going to be able to talk about it.
Yeah. Heather said Lana's going live at noon Eastern, so 5 minutes. So look at that. Perfect timing.
Yeah. I'll be live in it'll be a couple hours for me, so.
There you go. Twiz, appreciate you coming up. Diego, appreciate you being able to stop by. Jody, always a pleasure. Everybody in chat.
Remember, BK didn't do it.
I think I think it was a great conversation today. I think it was great to see Annie come up and I feel comfortable talking.
Right.
And I don't know what's going on, but this is always a safe place to come. Again, if you're not like even if you're an asshole because like you got beef with somebody in chat, I don't care, whatever, beef it out, but don't start going at people and naming 7 people and 10. I'm sorry, I have to block you. Like I said, I wasn't going to block anybody, all that kind of shit. But when you call out 7 people and attack people like that, no, you're gone. I don't have time for that shit.
Translucent was just like pushing buttons until they figured it out. I think she's like a.
Is that who it was?
Yeah, I think she's like a troll that's just coming in here trying to figure out what they could do to get banned.
Well, she definitely
she does that in a lot of. She does shit in a lot of channels.
She named like 6 or 7 people. I was like, no, you gotta go, bitch.
When did that happen?
I don't think you were here yet, man.
Yeah, it was early.
Wow.
Yeah, and then
you don't like me.
Well, listen. Who is that person? Because she came in, she was like, "Willie, I don't like you." I'm like, I don't even know you. Like, who are you?
We'll have to get Fitzgerald up on panel, and she can explain it.
I also don't know. I also had to have Twizzle. Was it you, Twiz, or Dinky, who pulled up on the screen who the fuck this Get a Clue character is? Because this guy I hear can't keep my name out of his mouth. I never even heard of this dude.
He doesn't like any of us. He don't like none of us. Don't worry about him.
He don't like nobody.
No,
he went after me, Clue, Sarge. I think every other creator but him.
I'm like, bro, I have like 2 live streams. Chill out, dude. Like, Jesus Christ.
Dinky played a video.
True crime is what he thinks he is. He's an idiot.
Dinky played a video. Like the first thing that came out of his mouth was, "Don't listen to those other guys. Only listen to me."
Mm-hmm. That's how he feels. Like if you're not
really,
in my spot, then you don't belong here. If you got to be a certain.
That's weird.
And then he's trying to explain cell technology, and according to a actual cellular technology expert, he's talking like 10-year-old technology.
What I don't like is him putting out, well, if you want to hear me explain something, donate this amount of money.
Yes.
That's weird shit.
We got mad because me and Clue did something about cast stuff one time that we had figured out. It was me, I think it was me, Clue, and Sarge, and we put it out, and then he got pissed the very next day he put a video out. He was so pissed off he couldn't even catch his breath, and he's talking about, I was going to do this. I was going to do it.
Yes, I remember it. I remember that.
It belongs here in this channel here, not there, not there. Like, fuck you, dude. Whatever.
Yeah, fuck him. Yeah, like I never even fucking spoke to him. Listen, all these dudes, man. I'll debate anybody, especially you, Mr. Chris McDonough, since you want to call me out for being an attention seeker for asking a question on your fucking channel. Anytime you want to come here with any of your little 3 experts, I'll debate any of you.
Chris McDonough,
Mr. Gary Bricado, bring it.
Dude.
Mr. Gary Bricado, bring it.
Yeah, dude. I asked a simple question. I think I said there's no DNA, there's no weapon, there's no motive, there's no there's no nothing. I said there's no credible witness, and I said, what do they really have? And he brought my shit up on screen. I didn't super chat, his ass. I don't even know how to do that stuff. And he brought my comment up, and he's like, see, people like this want attention. And then I'm like, what the fuck? And then but I didn't see it until I think Miss Kelly told me, because I got banned for asking that question, and then I left. And then when I think I was thinking, dude. But then after he talked about me for like 15-20 minutes about how like I'm an attention seeker.
And he brought Bricado into it. Well, I've got doctorates and I read books, which I'm not saying anything bad about him per se, because like I've listened to some of his other stuff and he's actually really knowledgeable and like says a lot of cool shit. Yeah. So I've listened to him in other situations and he was awesome. But Bricado, you don't know shit about Idaho 4, so shut your mouth.
Like I said, these guys are experts, remember?
McDonough thinks he knows everything because of who he was, and he just gets like the whole so people think that this is why that
Well,
I know what I do, and it's just shut up.
Why was BK down at the park that has the locked gate? Huh? Has anybody seen an opened gate at night at the park? Anyone?
I know you have.
You climbed over it though, didn't you?
No. It was just wide open. Did I see the pic? Didn't I send you the pic?
I
Oh,
didn't
you don't
see
have
it.
it? You didn't see it, dude?
No.
Oh, I'll
Oh
bring
yeah,
it
he
up.
drove
I'll
down
bring
there
it
and
up
pulled
on
up. It was wide open.
I'll bring it up. It's just a still, but you can go look at the video. It's on Dinky's.
Oh, okay.
But
Now, if you would have drove up through those gates,
show me
what's
where
in
the
there?
lock is. Show me where the closed and locked gate is.
Well, did you get out and look and see if there even was a lock?
No. I asked the guy when I was down there during the day, and he said that they don't lock it. They close it.
Oh
So it's
shit!
never been locked ever.
But I'm sharing it, Willie, if you want to pull it up.
Okay, I got you.
It's quite interesting. Once again.
But yeah, dude, he came at me for like I asked a simple question, and then he like went on a rant. But a couple people from his who was in the chat came over, and I guess they watched the interview and shit, and they apologized.
Show me where that closed and locked gate is.
Yeah, look at that. There you go.
Yep. Dude, I had a plan for what I was gonna do when the gate was locked. So like it literally screwed up what I was doing. Like I was like, what do I do now? This kind of kills what I was planning on doing. Like it was funny.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Probably.
So let's zoom in a little bit.
Oh, hold up, wrong window.
There's no way you could have unlocked it because
how much zoom
obviously
do
you don't have a
want?
key.
Well, you went past the gate, so that's not gonna help us.
Trying to look
Well,
at the
the
gate.
gate would be right here, right? Do you guys see a
It could
gate?
be, yeah.
Does
Yeah,
anybody see
yeah.
a gate here? There should be a
Obviously,
gate
the
here.
gate's not open, dick.
There should be like a lock somewhere. Oh, I'm going to the left. Does anybody see a gate here blocking the road? I can see a gate, but it's not blocking the road.
Wide open.
No,
I'm confused. Where's the
Looks like
closed
it's-
and locked gate?
it looks like it's pretty in place too. Like it hasn't moved in a while.
Where's the? I don't know what to do. They told me there'd be a closed and locked gate. What do I do?
This is
I don't know, man.
This reminds me of the glove from OJ's case.
Yep. Like I said, how much more shit do we have to debunk before, it just becomes unbelievable even.
Steve Fox just said the same thing. That's hilarious.
What you say?
When is he gonna stop lying about the glove?
Oh yeah, didn't he? Yeah, he found a glove like 5 days later or something. That's the
Yeah,
same.
but apparently it wasn't him that found it, is what I heard the other day.
Yeah, I heard that it was just
God.
somebody else altogether different. So
Listen, dude, I would listen. I don't talk about people unless they talk about me. And like, if he would have been like, oh, you know what, that's an idiot comment because they have a whole bunch of stuff. I would, I wouldn't care. But dude, I'm telling you, Dago, this guy. When I went back and watched it, I couldn't believe it. I mean, for how many subs he has and how many people were in the chat to do that kind of shit, man.
oh,
Fuck
he's an
you.
ass. He's an ass, Willie. He doesn't. He's one of those. I'm Mr. Chris McDonough. I do this and that. I've done this, and you can't touch me. I know.
But I would never okay. Let's take Tonka for example. I would never bring up like her comment like this and be like, oh, and say something about that person for 20. Like that's wild to me.
No, this is what these people do.
It wasn't. I didn't add him. I didn't add any of the fucking people on the panel. Nothing. It was just my usual question where it's always no. I always say no motive, no connection, no. Maybe it pissed him off or something because he never answered my question. He went into a rant on how the guy above him is such a. He's been doing this for so long. I don't give a shit how long anybody's been doing it. Answer my question, dude.
If your question was drawing attention away from his narrative, that's all it takes. That's with him. It's just he goes crazy over shit like that.
He said I attached myself to the case. What? Listen, just because fucking I can prove some of his narratives are bullshit, don't get mad, Chrissy.
Attach yourself to the case.
I don't fucking know, dude.
What does he consider himself then?
Yeah, he fucking dropped the glove on the ground.
The worst part is he literally lies to Steve. They misread the PCA.
Yes.
If you care so much about the victims' families, why do you not even take the time to read the PCA? Brian did not ping near that house 12 times previously. He connected to the tower that also provides coverage to the house. Guess what? Every time I drive to Moscow, I connect to the tower too. I have never been near that house.
I'm still reading the PCA, and here's something I just thought was interesting.
27-mile radius.
This is why I like to bring people who have, unbiased and, knowledge up on panel rather than ex-cops, because obviously you're going to get, some biased opinion. But don't worry, they're all open-minded. Fuck out of here.
Well, I investigated crimes for 30 years,
Give
so
a
I
fuck
know
what
I'm
you did.
talking about.
Read the PCA.
And that
Yes.
gate is closed and locked at night.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
literally what they're saying. The
Sure.
PCA is based on my training, makes it likely that the evidence was transferred to Koberger's person, clothing, or shoes based on the location of the suspect's vehicle and the 8458 phone immediately following the murders. It is probable that Koberger went home to his residence. At that time, it is likely that he still had blood or other trace evidence on his person, clothes, shoes, including skin cell or hair from the victims.
What'd they find?
Nothing. And that's in the PCA. I mean,
With nothing.
Wow.
I
Wow.
mean,
Wow.
they even say right there in the PCA that they think that, he's, covered in hair, skin cells, blood, all of this when he left. And by the time he got home, they're saying that it's still on him. But like I said, what did they find?
Nothing.
The double downers will
And
double down
nothing.
on their double downs. But one thing
Petrie
Twiz doesn't do, Twiz does not double down when he gets dealt blackjack.
Wait a minute. Evie said that I asked why they were being so biased. I got timed out and scolded. I might have been. Oh my god! See, and people say that my channel. People have said that my channel does that. Has anybody in my channel that? Because a lot of people. Well, Jeff, you're not allowed to answer that question.
No, dude, never. For as long as fuck no.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, typically, if you have an opinion, if I catch it, I'm not going to let somebody block you.
Right.
Yeah.
As long as you're not.
He's really the only one I have, any kind of, beef with, only because he did what he did, And on here, like I said, dude, I'm not here to fucking, I'll call somebody out.
People, Evie's never even blinked in my channel, and to get banned in a channel, that's insane. That's insane.
Yeah. Wow, man. But like I said, that's why his old bitch ass turned off his comments. He turned off comments to his live because so many people were like, saying
Well, not
shit.
only that, they deleted my first comment because I said something about the gate being closed and locked, and something about if you're gonna, say you actually use logic to actually use it. They deleted that, and then woke up 1984 responded to my other comments and asked if I deleted it, and I was like, no. And then some guy started messaging me, named Gary, with some numbers, which was funny because he was like, well, what credentials do you have? And I was like, you're listening to someone with credentials that's speaking out of their ass and doesn't know what they're talking about. What do credentials mean?
Yeah.
Credentials.
No, Rollo. That's not true now, bro. You know better. I would have never done that. You got blocked because of language you were using and other people were offended by. That's the only reason why you got blocked.
Did Rollo say the N-word on YouTube again? Rollo.
A few hundred times. So, that was the only reason why Rollo ever got blocked, because I liked having Rollo over there. He was funny as hell, but that was not. And Jeff has been allowed back in. I haven't seen him in a while, but maybe it's because of what
the only one that's not allowed in here is because he was trying to come at back chat, and you won't believe this, Diego. I don't think you heard this earlier, but this little piece of shit Frank actually had the audacity to try to come up in my panel, and he was writing in back chat. Yeah, he was right. I told you this the other live I did, and he literally wrote in back chat.
I thought you were talking about today.
He said, "I can explain." And I had to stop everything and say, bro, listen, I don't want nothing to do with you, da-da-da. And I had to, kick him from the fucking thing, dude. There's nothing, dude. There's nothing. Well, one, what he fucking did to me and our little shit, that's enough. But then to hear, see, at that point, I didn't know what he did. I thought he wanted to explain what me and him, were going through. I didn't know that he did that shit with, until I saw the thing on Deets on the streets, I think, and he just popped up out of nowhere and he made himself look like a complete idiot. And people in chat were like, he leaked this, he leaked that. And I was like, oh, Nikes.
My understanding is he's done a lot of stuff in a lot of different channels.
Yeah.
I leaked that gate wasn't closed. Are you going to let me hang out still?
Huh?
I leaked that the gate wasn't closed. Are you gonna
Let me tell you,
hang
bud.
out
That's different than naked minors. So that's night and day, brother.
Oh yeah, I heard that too. That's pretty. What the fuck?
Yeah. And he came out and he came up. He was like, "Oh, it was AI. Oh, never mind. It was an oil filter." Or I don't give a shit what it was, bud. What are
An
you
oil
doing
filter?
sitting there? Yeah, what are you doing there sitting editing shit with that in front of you? Like, God, I couldn't even look at that at all. For Christ's sake, you know what I mean? So, yeah, there's something wrong with him. And now I heard he's going around trying to cause issues on. He's just mad at the world because YouTube banned 2 channels. So
I just
look
ignore.
out. Just be careful of him, dude. Yeah, but he's trying. So what he did was he sent like he sent those to people and was trying to get like people involved. So God forbid he goes down. Other people go.
That was what some people. Yeah, I had some people sending me stuff like, "Don't open emails from this or that because that's not what you think it is," and all sorts of stuff. So that's just sick. Like,
yeah. And then, but yeah, I mean, other than anybody else, like they're all welcome. I think. I mean, like I said, I know Jeff has a different opinion, but I don't give a fuck. Like, whatever.
Jeff's fine.
Jeff doesn't mean any harm, guys.
I poke fun at Jeff all the time, and he takes
Me
it.
and Jeff been going back and forth for like fucking over a year. That's why, like, at this point,
right? Everybody's entitled to their own opinions on this, and it just because you have a different opinion, as long as you're not attacking people and being ignorant to people, there's no reason.
Yeah, no, unless you attack people and you're ignorant. Sorry, there's one other individual, and I'm sorry if you like her, and if you like her, and I know I don't like her, we can still be friends, and I hope we can. But Rock Chalk, I know you're watching, you little fuck, and if you ever want to come up on my panel, and say what you're, blabbing about over in fucking Dinkies, the link's always there, baby. So
I no worries here.
I know, I know, Dago. I know, but I'm saying, bro, like. When I can't respond because I'm on somebody's channel and I respect their channel, this person could just say whatever the fuck they want to me. Nah. Nah.
No worries here, buddy.
No.
Hey,
so yeah, but like anybody else, y'all chill. I love everybody.
Overlay the Elantra and going through that gate, Jeff? I'd appreciate it.
Do what?
Jeff, can we get that Elantra going through the gate?
Oh, Jeff. Wait a minute. Amethyst, back up. Stop for a minute. Amethyst, are you saying that he's the one that took Delphi pictures?
Yes.
That was him.
Yeah, that's Frank.
Well, he didn't go to, because I guess a lot of people were involved. He wasn't the source, but he said he did this to prove the defense wrong, and then to basically prove the leaker wrong. I don't fucking know, dude. He's nuts.
That's insane. That's just ignorant and insane. You need to be locked up over that. I'm sorry.
That's what I was. And this guy is sitting there, like he gets up on panel with like 8 other chicks, and he's just sitting there all like awkward. And I'm like, oh my God. And I knew, but dude, I'm telling you, I think I watched it maybe 58 times. Like just seeing him melt down and try to explain this, because he's sitting there like thinking, he's the life of the party. And then somebody in chat says something, and then the host, I don't know her name, and she's like, Frank, did you link Delphi photos? And he's like, yeah. And I was like, oh my God. And then they ask him, they're like, would you do it again? And he's like, well, at the time it felt right. And I don't know. And I was like, yo, dude.
What could possibly feel right about that?
I don't fucking know, dude.
What could possibly feel right? I knew it happened. I didn't know it was him. See, I heard something about something completely different with pictures that had nothing to do with Delphi. So, like, that just says to me right there, good God.
Yeah. But to try to use even if you're sitting there making AI, oh God, what kind of sick mind?
Why would you AI? Like, I think AI naked minors is worse than
I don't even say it.
leaking.
Just even thinking about it is just,
Right.
wow.
Why would you create it?
You know,
Oh,
And
what?
maybe drunk uploading, Heather, but when somebody says, "Hey, would you take back what you did?" and you're like,
No,
eh.
Heather's just saying that because she says that Frank's a drunk. That's what she's saying.
Well, he
Oh
is.
no, I know.
but
He
that's
sits there and
still-
drinks in his little fucking dungeon all day, you know, getting no sunlight. And trust me, I have a reason to hate this dude, and Dago knows why. But
I've never
again,
heard-
I didn't expect him to do some, you know, dumb shit like this. But he's somebody that just flips. He flips to fit in because the only reason I know that for 1,000% facts because he did it with John. Because as soon as like he met John, Brian was guilty. When I knew Frank, he thought Brian was innocent from the beginning. So he flipped like a complete 180 just to fit in. So that's why I don't trust him. He's a snake. If you see him anywhere, man, just try to stay away from him because he'll try to get some shits. You know, your shit struck now because he's mad that his got taken down. Last I heard. So just
I'm
be
just gonna
careful,
laugh
man.
at him.
What a mess. What?
What do you
Hey,
say?
if you guys want to watch the trips down to Wawa Park, they're on Dinky IMO's channel.
Yeah. Head over to
hit him
Dinky's.
up.
He says he's gonna be live later.
Dago, if you want to use the videos, you are more than welcome to. If you need the raw video files, let me know.
Hey, thank you, sir. Appreciate you very much.
But if
But,
anybody questions that gate being opened, send them that way.
Will do. For sure. For sure.
all right, y'all. I hope
Go eat
everybody
your
has a good
food.
day. Appreciate
Go
you come by. Dago, if you could just stay for like 1 or 2 minutes after, I have a question for you about the
Yeah.
case. I want to ask
Yep.
you.
Yep. No problem.
And then yeah, and then you said you're gonna be live later, and then Dinky's gonna be live later. So cool. All right, Twiz, Jody, I appreciate you guys coming up. Chat, I appreciate you putting up with me. Hope you enjoyed the conversation.
Thank you for having us.
Of course. And then I'll try to go live again. I'm trying to get I mean, obviously I'm trying to get Ashley up, but she's going through that. But I'm also trying to get up the chick that was riding around the car all the time with him. So I reached out to her. I'm just waiting for a response. So, you know, as many people as I can get up here to try to figure out, you know, who this dude was, I'll get up. Yeah, as many as I can. Doesn't matter to me.
Like a plan.
The HIPAA law fucking sucks, dude, because like I said, I could get this pharmacist up here, but goddamn, goddamn HIPAA law.
That ain't gonna happen.
All you have to do is say sources close to the case told me ...
Well, I said that before. I said, okay, how about this? Sources close to the case told me that Brian was on absolutely no kind of psych medication, not even like Xanax, nothing, not even like what's lower than whatever's lower than Xanax. Like I asked specific, like anything at all that has to do with the psyche, he was on none of it. So I know the whole white snow and blah blah bullshit, but as far as medication and whatever, he was on nothing for his psyche.
And
That's all I care.
People aren't going to take it because it's a third party.
That's okay.
Well, do
And
they
they don't
drug
want to
test
hear
you?
about it. That's the problem with that.
They get to
That's
bring up
fine.
all the
Either.
third-party information.
Allegedly.
Him
Allegedly.
sorting trash, third party. Stalking, third party.
I agree.
Driving
I
by the house,
agree.
third party.
Yeah.
Let's go down the list.
Now he was going in there and so again, dude, I remember I told the full truth. I'm not sitting here fucking one-sided.
Cannibal,
But he
third
did go
party.
in there. Hold on. But he did go in there and buy needles all the time when he was using.
Well, he
So
probably
when you
did.
get arrested, do they
Good.
drug test you like when you're getting booked? I don't know. I have no idea.
No.
They'd need a warrant or something. They couldn't
When
just
he was
do
up
it.
there.
They don't have any reason to. That's not, you know.
Oh, okay. I have no idea.
So all right, guys, everybody have a great day. Appreciate y'all coming by.
Ah.
Later.
See y'all.
Bye.
Dig, if you can just hang out for a second. See
I
y'all.
ain't going anywhere. I'm here.